PM, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 PM till 6 PM, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Sir Keir Starmer tells Donald Trump he's wrong to impose tariffs on the UK over Greenland.
The Prime Minister will make an address this morning from Downing Street after telling the US President that the levies on NATO allies would undermine transatlantic relations.
Well, the conversation follows Washington's decision to impose 10% tariffs on Britain and several other European nations over the Danish territory.
However, it leaves questions over whether Sir Keir Starmer's stance will make any difference and just how unpredictable Donald Trump's next move may be.
Well, this all brings us to today's debate. Should the Prime Minister cancel the King's state visit to the US over the tariff threats?
Also on the programme this morning, another Tory turncoat, Shadow Foreign Minister Andrew Rossendale, defects to Reform UK days after Robert Jenrick sensationally jumped ship. We'll be joined by Mr Jenrick later on this morning.
Prince Harry says he is confident and ready ahead of his High Court trial against the Daily Mail. He's one of 7 claimants, including Sir Elton John, over alleged privacy breaches spanning 30 years. Can Prince Harry finally end his battle with the tabloids?
Going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
Well, Thames Valley Police are using facial recognition software to catch criminals, but is Big Brother now looking a bit too closely at us?
I love you were the final words of 14-year-old Jules before he died, reportedly during a Tik Tok blackout challenge. Now his mother, Ellen, is suing the platform, alleging it played a role in his death.
Day 292 of cycling around the world with my dad.
Well, we're meeting the father and son duo pedalling around the world, raising over £25,000 for UNICEF. This is certainly one you won't want to miss.
And in sport this morning, we're crazy African Cup of Nations final. The controversies overshadow the game as Sadio Mane's Senegal win. Aston Villa blow their chance of going second by losing at home to Everton in the Premier League. And Emma Raducanu, you remember her, she's through to the second round of the Australian Open.
A murky and cloudy, damp start to the day. Outbreaks of rain in places, some glimmers of sunshine. Will it change through the day? Find out all the weather details coming up soon.
Good morning, it's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Mark White, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Now, you know those pesky seagulls that come after your chips when you go down to the beach?
Oh, I certainly do, yeah.
Yeah, they're brazen these days. Anyway, seagulls were in for a treat at the weekend because millions of uncooked chips, some more than 2 foot deep, washed up on the south coast between Beachy Head and Eastbourne. And this is because the 2 container ships had crashed in Storm Goretti. And all these uncooked oven chips, basically. Frozen oven chips.
Does an oven chip float? An uncooked oven chip float?
It would seem so.
Well.
And then they're all washed up on the beach.
But listen, seagulls are very discerning these days.
They are.
They want their chips cooked like we all do.
Well, I knew a seagull actually wanted salt and vinegar on it. That's right. Instead, it's all very well. I mean, they actually want them cooked, for crying out loud.
And what about the battered sausage?
I don't know if the battered sausage made it, but millions of chips.
Millions?
Millions. Apparently, it's so many bags of frozen chips.
So what are they just all washing up on the shore now?
They're calling out for volunteers because they're concerned about the number of plastic bags that are obviously now floating.
Right, fine. So they're not... They're actually in things.
Oh, no, but look at... You see, you can't see this picture.
I'm sorry, I like a detail.
It's a
oh, my
wash
goodness,
with
Chips Ahoy,
chips.
isn't it?
You actually can't see the sand because there's just so many chips. So if you are in Beachy Head and Eastbourne in Sussex, do get in touch. Let us know what it's looking like.
Send us some pictures. If you're down by the beach, that would be lovely to see. All these rotten chips on the beach.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, do you know that story a few weeks ago about the bananas? Do you remember that?
No.
There were bananas being washed up in West Sussex in December. Do you remember? The cargo ships
remember the bananas.
It was bananas. So they had bananas in December, chips in January. Who knows what's coming next?
They have to be careful on their ships. That's what they're just going to take more care. That's all it is.
Let us know if it's affecting you. gbnews.com/your say. Now to our top story this morning, and the Prime Minister has confronted President Trump over tariffs and the status of Greenland. This happened in a phone call that comes amid rising tensions between Washington and its European allies.
Now, we're told that Sir Keir Starmer stood firm on Greenland, telling Donald Trump that tariffs on NATO allies are wrong and that the UK won't be bullied.
Well, the call follows Washington's decision to impose 10% tariffs on Britain and several other European nations, with sterling already down 0.3%.
So how will the UK's already fragile economy and cope? And just how will the unpredictable Donald Trump respond?
Well, joining us now is business and finance broadcaster Michael Wilson. Very good morning to you, Michael. And if these tariffs were to be imposed, 10% to start with, potentially 25% in June, how would the UK be affected?
Car and steel mainly. I heard this great quote over the weekend. Don't watch the lips, watch the hips as far as Trump is concerned. It seems to be the hope that his bark is worse than his bite. And I think that's where the UK, we're going to hear from the Prime Minister later on this morning. But I feel as though that appears to be the way, rather than direct aggression. We're hoping that, or rather the UK is hoping that maybe there will be discussion, and then there may even be a sort of meeting of minds, because this is clearly not the way to go. But your original question, what will be affected? Well, the car industry, which had its worst year for 75 years last year, will be enormously affected by this, if this were to go ahead, these tariffs were to go ahead, and steel as well. Thousands of jobs are threatened in the UK because it's not just the actual cars themselves, but it's the thousands of people who work to make components for those cars to be assembled to ship to the United States. The cars are the UK's biggest export to the United States. So that really is threatening. And also, the government don't want this. Not that they would want it at any time, but particularly now, it threatens the growth of the UK as it stands at the moment if no agreement is made. And it could push, as somebody said over the weekend, the UK into recession. So it's very, very serious indeed.
But don't you think, Michael, that European countries here in coming so firmly to the defence of Denmark and Greenland could be backing themselves into a corner? It's clearly brought some kind of confrontation here with that threat of these tariffs from Donald Trump, unless there's a deal that he finds acceptable. We could be heading for some pretty choppy waters, to use a nautical term.
I think so, yes, and trade wars really not the way forward. What's going to be really interesting this week, and I hope that I'll be able to speak to you later in the week about this, which is Davos. Now, Davos is a talking shop for big movers and shakers, but Trump is actually going, and it's going to be really interesting to see what he says, because he is totally opposed to the globalization, as it's called, that's made a lot of these people extremely rich indeed, a lot of these attendees at Davos. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he actually says, because he opposes globalization. What he says is that it's part of a country's security, particularly the United States, to make things, to onshore their manufacturing rather than outsource. That's happened in the past. That's meant cheaper goods for everybody, and that's why many of these people who will be listening to him at Davos have made their millions, if not billions. So it's going to be a very, very interesting week this week, and I think that he is going to cause some amazing waves at Davos, and I hope, I think we all hope that wiser heads prevail over this, but there's a long way to go. And as I say, June the 1st, when the big tariffs hit, it seems a long way away now. Trust me, it won't be.
Yeah, we'll be watching this really closely on GB News. Michael, really good to get your analysis. Thank you very much. We'll speak to you soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Michael. Cheers.
Now, at 6:09, Conservative Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister and Romford MP Andrew Rosendale has defected to Reform UK, ending a lifelong association with the Conservative Party.
Well, he's joined Robert Jenrick as the second MP in a week to leave the party this year, fueling speculation about Kemi Badenoch and possible Tory meltdown.
Well, joining us now in the studio is former political advisor Oscar Redrop. Morning to you,
Morning,
Oscar.
Morning.
Did this one take you by surprise? Is Andrew Rosendale a loss to the Tories?
Not in the slightest. I mean, to be fair to someone like Andrew, he was kind of the Reform Party before it existed. I mean, so in that sense, no surprise at all. I think the momentum that I think Conservatives will be nervous about, though, is that floodgates now opening since the Jenrick defection. What I would say, if we just go back to last week and now looking forward, is what Kemi did do, and people got really caught up in Westminster about how she got ahead of it, you know, the leak, the document that was found, and that was all very interesting. But I think the next day people woke up and just saw Conservatives weaker, Reform stronger. But what it did do, and this is a question, so I'm not going to be stupid enough to make any predictions here, but what it also did is I think it slightly kneecapped the conversations that I imagine Farage and Jenrick would have been having, which was, if you do come, can we line up 10 or 15 MPs to come with you? Like that's the key for me here, Rob. Yes, we want you. Yes, you're great, but we can really eat that party from the inside if you can bring your loyalists along with you. And Kemi kind of puncturing all of that and making them rush. You know, it could have been weeks in advance how she rushed the announcement forward. I think might put a bit of glue in the machine on that. And yes, if we'll see with Rosendale, if it begins and ends with Rosendale, then actually I think the Conservative Party and Kemi will feel solidified in many ways, and that loyalty that it is engendered within the party. However, if this is just a drip, drip, drip we're going to see, then it's really, really tough times for the Conservative Party.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you're absolutely right in terms of this may have taken Nigel Farage a bit by surprise, which is why in that news conference that he gave when Robert Jenrick joined Reform, he said, look, there is now a window open for you, but it's closing and closing fast. It's unlikely to be the last, though, isn't it? Because really what we might well be seeing now is this move to suck up effectively the right of the Conservative Party, those that have been much more willing to be critical of immigration policies, for instance.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I understand. You know, I imagine the decision from Rosendale was something that he did not take lightly. He's been a Tory MP since 2001. You know, that the Conservative Party is in his blood, and there will be others like him. What I would say is, and this applies to both Reform voters out there and Conservative voters in many ways, but particularly Conservative MPs right now, is there is a really, really ineffectual government in charge of this country at the moment that is lurching from pillar to post, from U-turn to diplomatic crises, domestic policy on the floor, and as a Conservative MP, you should absolutely stick behind Kemi right now. Kemi, and I don't care what anybody says, and people might watch this and laugh, but I think Kemi is the fastest improving politician we have in this country. And
it's quite a low bar to begin with, to be honest.
No, that is fair. That is fair. The bar is pretty low these days, but nonetheless, her trajectory is heading, I think, in a very, very, very good place. And if you're a Conservative MP, remember, you have a duty to hold this government to account from opposition. And I understand that the reform movement is pretty special at the moment. I mean, it is ramping up. But remember, just very, very quickly, remember your loyalty. It's important in life.
So you don't think we're witnessing the extinction of the Tory party? That the Tory party is going to be replaced by Reform UK?
Well, I mean, come back to me in a couple of weeks and I might feel a little bit more nervous about answering that question. But no, of course not. I mean...
But could we be seeing a rebalancing of the Conservative Party where effectively the centre, in terms of what used to be referred to as the wets, are the predominant force within the new Conservative Party, and the right that were there didn't really feel at home with the internal battles that were often being waged so very publicly, now find a home with Reform to be a much better option for them?
I think looking backwards, that makes a lot of sense. I think as we sit here now, I think Kemi's policy and politics and direction she wants to take the party is there's cigarette paper between her and Nigel Farage. But I get that kind of pirate ship, kind of exciting disruptor movement that's going on with Reform. I get it. It's exciting. It's enticing. But I think honestly, sometimes I'm not talking to voters and the general public here, because they would have seen 14 years, 20 years, 30 years of politics not affecting their lives positively. So hanging around another 4 or 5 or 2 years even is just, not in the question for them. But as Conservative MPs, think a little bit more long-term here. We are so far away from a general election. Anything could happen. And Kemi, I think, is doing some serious work to the party that was much needed. And that's why Rob, and I know you're speaking to him this morning, Rob is a hugely talented politician. He is a huge loss to the Conservative Party. But you do have to question, when he really went for his former colleagues like that, I don't think that's a good look. And that's not just an MP politician thing. If either of you two or anyone watching this, if you worked with someone and you thought you were mates and you mucked in every day and then you found out they went to work somewhere else and they were,
but Oscar,
speaking ill of you to their new mates at their new job, you hate it.
You know more than anybody, Oscar. It's politics. At the end of the day, come on, what was Nigel Farage and Robert Jenrick saying about each other before they finally got into bed with each other within the Reform Party? Pretty awful things. It's politics.
Yeah, I get that, and I actually think it would be interesting. I think there would have been a temptation from Farage maybe to do the ultimate power move and leave him out in the cold after all the events of last week and go, actually, mate, we don't need you. But I think on balance, he obviously went, look, I know there's going to be all these videos of us saying horrible things about each other, and to your point, Mark, game is the game in a way. But I think that speaks to character, and I have to say, there's lots I find incredibly impressive about both Jenrick and Farage. But I think Kemi's character shone through that day. Bold, no nonsense, principled, and people might think I'm kind of with chaos in the background, and I'm waving my hands in the air saying everything's fine, everything's fine. But I think Kemi in the short to mid-term came out very strongly last week.
Well, she certainly got rid of a potential threat in the months ahead.
And she would have been able to do that 6 months ago.
Yeah.
She was so popular, yeah. Oscar, thank you very much. You're back with us in the next hour. Let us know if you agree with Oscar, gbnews.com/you'll say. Lots of you getting in touch this morning on Greenland as well. Barry says, I don't think anyone cares what Starmer thinks. Robert's been in touch saying, how is our lone soldier doing in Greenland today? We've got a sole officer there, haven't we?
Well, I have to say, I mean, I do think that was, you know, pretty ill-advised to send troops up to Greenland. How is Donald Trump going to perceive that as anything other than, you know, this is European NATO allies saying, don't touch Greenland. If you do, you know, we will be in a position to respond, as you say, with our one member of the military that we sent there.
Yeah, I mean, but Europe would say they actually, in fact, tried to prove the opposite to President Trump, saying that they could look after Greenland, that they had a presence on Greenland.
Oh, sure, with our 0.3% of GDP increase on defence that doesn't come in until 2027. You can tell I'm a little bit cynical on this, but there you go.
Well, it has backfired, hasn't it? Graham says, if Trump insists on imposing tariffs, then the countries named, but especially Europe more widely, should tell him to get his military bases off our continent. Do keep those views coming in. If you do want to get in contact with us, you can do so by becoming our friend. And a friend of GB News can win one of these. Have you seen these, Mark?
I haven't seen this. I've been away for a few weeks, so this is my first time seeing them. They're very impressive.
It's a GB News bumper sticker.
Yeah.
There's 50,000 up for grabs, and if you
absolutely. The director's asking, would I put one in my car? Yes, I would.
Yes, and a friend of GB News, you could win one of these for free. Just take a look.
Becoming a friend of GB News is free. It lets you have your say and be part of our shows every day on TV and radio. Plus, if you sign up by January 31st, you could win one of 50,000 limited edition GB News bumper stickers. To become a friend and for your chance to win, go to gbnews.com/bumper sticker now or scan the QR code on screen. 18 plus, UK only. Full T&Cs at gbnews.com/terms of use.
Well, the very best of luck with that one. Time now to get an update on the weather forecast with Greg Dewhurst.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. Another cloudy day to come, some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but there will be some sunshine around too, and temperatures near average but mild in the south once more. So we have two bands of weather bringing rain, so cloud and rain across Northern Ireland, western Scotland this morning, and another one affecting much of England and Wales, giving some low cloud, misty, murky conditions through the day, outbreaks of rain and drizzle. But in between these, there is some sunnier breaks, parts of Scotland, western fringes of England and Wales, and perhaps even southeast England seeing some sunnier breaks too, and temperatures generally similar to recent days between 7 and 9 degrees. Into the evening time, those weather bands not really going very far. So central parts of Scotland, a dry end to the day, but turning quite chilly under clear skies. To the east and west, rather cloudy with some patchy rain, and those bands of cloud and rain stretching south into parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, so a cloudy end to the day here. Much of the rest of England and Wales also cloudy, rain and drizzle, hill fog in places, but a few cloud breaks from time to time through the evening. And very little changes overnight as well. We may start to see the bands of cloud pushing a little further north and eastwards as we go through the night, allowing some clearer spells towards parts of Wales and the West Country ahead of the next weather system, which starts to come in for Tuesday. So temperatures under the cloud holding up 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees. Any clearer spells a little lower, but most of us frost-free to start Tuesday. The weather systems move out the way into the North Sea as we go through Tuesday morning, allowing it to become a little dry and brighter for a time. But another weather system bringing cloud and rain and stronger winds to Northern Ireland, western fringes of southwest England and Wales as we move through into the afternoon. Elsewhere, generally dry, a little breezy, but some sunnier spells and temperatures once more up to around 10 or 11 degrees.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Now, do stay with us, still to come.
Shoppers going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
Is Britain becoming a surveillance state? GB News reporter Will Godley has a story for us next on GB News Breakfast with Ellie and Mark.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back to GB News Breakfast. Now, Thames Valley Police are one of 7 forces rolling out a facial recognition scheme to help catch criminals.
Yes, some fear the technology is being used to turn Britain into a surveillance state. But Thames Valley Police believe that monitoring people in this way is proportionate and justified.
Well, we sent our national reporter Will Godley to Milton Keynes, where it's being used for the first time.
Shoppers going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
When someone walks through the zone of recognition, as we call it, well, what happens is what we call boxing, where their face will be boxed and you'll see there are various metrics along the side of it.
This is Thames Valley Police's new tool to help them catch criminals.
Well, the live facial recognition cameras are currently comparing my face to a watch list of 3,200 known criminals in the area. If I'm on that list, it will ping me. If I'm not, I'm free to go.
Thankfully, I wasn't a match, and so my data gets deleted. But when there is, police officers need to decide if they're staring at a suspect.
It's our job basically to compare the two, make sure that we're happy that that is the right person, and from then we'll get the engagement officers, the officers you see around, just to go make that engagement with them to say, hello, you've been flagged up on facial recognition, and go from there.
10 vans like these are currently being rolled out in 7 forces across England. They're already being used in London, where 580 arrests were made in the year to summer. But in Milton Keynes, the van is here for the first time.
I think it's a really good idea. I think the more we can bring people to justice, the better.
If it catches criminals, that's good.
I think there are many times that the state misuses powers, and I think that we can be dragged into things that we don't really wish to be.
I think it's a good thing because I've got nothing to hide, so it doesn't bother me, but I can imagine other people wouldn't like it.
Some people say the technology is an invasion of privacy, and in a few weeks the High Court will decide whether its use is legal. Amid fears, these cameras are turning Britain into a surveillance state.
If it's a police state, I'd stop everyone that walked through that gate, put a barrier up and then check everyone's name against the system. That's not how it works. This is really targeting the criminals. So actually it's a really good use of resource because it's engaging with people that we wouldn't normally look to engage who are wanted as a suspect or wanted by the courts.
The new technology is part of Thames Valley Police's wider crackdown on serious organised crime.
Police with the wire, open the door, do it now!
Last week they carried out 11 dawn raids and made 55 arrests over 3 days. The force hope by using facial recognition technology they can cut crime further, while still meeting concerns over how it's used.
It has to be proportionate, it has to be justified, we can't just roll it out, there has to be an authority granted, so we're not just going to use it, every day just for the sake of it. It will be based on intelligence and information, so we're not going to be speculatively using it. If we believe that we've got an issue, if we believe that it will be fit for purpose in that area, then it gets used.
These cameras may be controversial, but for the officers who use them, a crucial new way to fight crime. Will Godley, GB News.
Some breaking news to bring you now. President Trump has posted on Truth Social this morning over his plans to take over Greenland. He says NATO has been telling Denmark for 20 years that you have to get the Russian threat away from Greenland. Unfortunately, Denmark has been unable to do anything about it. Now it is time, and it will be done. President Donald J. Trump, he signs it off. Mark, what do you think?
I think this is very significant. This is the US president doubling down on his determination to push for ownership of Greenland. Clearly, he is saying that the predominant issue at play here is the threat from the likes of Russia, China as well, of course, because you've got what is effectively the melting of the ice caps that does affect Greenland. It's opening shipping lanes in the high north that were never opened before. And that's what the US see clearly as a strategic threat in that area. They are very fearful of what the potential ramifications of that could be going forward. And it's going to be really interesting, I think, Ellie, to see where this leaves these NATO allies of the United States here, because they've been very clear. So Keir Starmer and, of course, France, Germany, Denmark, other allies saying that this is completely wrong, that you shouldn't be threatening with tariffs, you shouldn't be threatening to take over another country's territory like this. So they're in a position now. Can they back off from that? Can something happen, or are we into a spiral heading ever deeper into a bigger crisis with regard to this? So I think it's a significant intervention by Donald Trump here, and I'm sure this news conference that's going to be taking place around about 9:30 this morning, which we'll bring to you live on GB News. So Keir Starmer will be asked about this because, as I say, it's a significant intervention. So Keir Starmer has made his position very clear now. How does he sort of back down or back away from that very clear point that Donald Trump is wrong here?
Wonder what Keir Starmer thinks waking up to this news, eating his cornflakes this morning.
And watching GB News,
and of course,
as we know he does. Just doesn't put his ministers on this channel to answer to you, the great British public, but there you are.
Anyway, let us know what you think on that one, gbnews.com/you'll say. I think it's probably time for a little bit of a reflective...
Oh, yes, we'll calm down now.
...moment this morning. Here's our daily reflection.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
Hello and welcome to St Andrew's, Wimbledon, the Anglican parish where I serve as vicar. When politicians are about to run for office, or a CEO is ready to launch their product publicly, they carefully stage manage every last detail to maximise their impact. One scholar, when he was studying the Gospel according to John, decided this stuff couldn't be made up. Why? Because Jesus' first public event is so ordinary and unstaged. He's at a wedding. We don't know whose, we don't know why's, but the social disaster of all disasters is about to unfold, especially in that context. The wine ran out. I mean, this failure of hospitality would cast shame on the couple in their community forever. Jesus turns the water into vast quantities of wine, 800 bottles of the best stuff. The master of ceremonies is blown away. Who saves the best till last? And Jesus doesn't even take any credit for what he's done. Why does Jesus do this there? The writer of the Gospel tells us this was a signpost telling us who Jesus is and what he came to do. The life he offers is one of abundant joy, like a party, like a wedding, an unbreakable relationship. Ultimately, that will take him all the way to the cross, where he pays the tab on the ultimate wedding banquet there. I don't know about you, but if you think that Jesus has come as a killjoy or to shame and condemn, this first sign is the perfect event by which he launches himself onto the stage of history, taking away the shame not just of that couple, but for the whole world.
I am a fan of that daily reflection, I have to say. It just gives that moment just to sort of pause.
And don't you think we need that moment at the moment? With this moment at the moment?
Oh, no, we absolutely do.
With the wild news going on, it does feel heavy, doesn't it? So a moment of reflection is very welcome on mornings like this.
Before you get on with your busy day ahead, and if you are travelling to work or school today, here's your traffic and travel update. And don't forget, of course, to stay with us on digital and on GB News Radio.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A90 southbound, just south of Lawrence Kirk, a broken down vehicle is partially blocking the road. On the A180 westbound in North Lincolnshire, between the A160 and the M180, a stranded vehicle is closing one of two lanes. In Birmingham, the M6 southbound between Junction 7 and Junction 6 is slow with around 15 minutes of congestion. Greater London has hold-ups on the M1 southbound between Junction 2 and Junction 1, with one lane closed for a breakdown. And on the trains, Gatwick Express and Southern have major disruption between Gatwick Airport and Redhill or East Croydon. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Sorry, Mark. Mark just said, can you pass me my... And then just as he said it, I took a sip from this mug and he went, oh, that's my drink. Sorry, it's now covered in my lipstick.
It's only water, but hey-ho.
Sorry. Anyway, do stay with us still to come. We're going to be speaking to the bereaved and brave mother who is taking on Tik Tok after her son's tragic death. But next, we're going to be joined by Paul Coit to take us through all of the latest sports news.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here. GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast. It's sports time. Paul Coit is here with us with some drama from the African Cup of Nations.
Yes, AFCON. And it's, well, the African Cup of Nations.
Yes.
There was drama, there was controversy. I mean, it really kicked off. So usually I'm going to be in bed by 9 o'clock because I've got to be up and then I'm getting messages coming through saying, are you watching this? So I've had to get, this is why I'm a bit bleary-eyed today, so I stayed up watch it, but it was worth it.
Well, you don't look bleary-eyed.
Well, you're very, very kind. Right, you're very kind.
Bushy-tailed.
Right. So Morocco versus Senegal, and refereeing. Firstly, I can say that Senegal were a little unhappy with refereeing because they were suggesting that the fact that it was in Morocco, that a lot of the decisions were going towards Morocco because it was the home team.
Surely not.
Who would have thought? In football, of all things. But anyway, so when we're getting towards the end of the game, now see if you can follow me on this, Senegal score a goal. This is after 90 minutes, and it's like, this is it. They've won. But then, hang on, VAR comes into play. Have another look at this, and then the goal is disallowed. And it was like, really?
And was it a goal?
I thought it looked fine. It was just a slight push. There was no problem with it. So anyway, Senegal really cheesed off over this. Then it gets worse. So then we get to the 98th minute, and then Morocco are given a very questionable penalty. So that would pretty much be the last kick of the match. So then Senegal are very, very unhappy about this. Now, their coach, called Pap Thiaw, he said, we're not having it anymore. Everybody off the pitch. So this is just as the penalty's about to be taken, he takes his team off of the pitch and says, we're not going to play anymore. There's trouble in the crowd. Everything starts kicking off. Then Sadio Mane, who's obviously the big star, played at Liverpool, he said, look, we've got to finish this game. So they walk on, ready to finish the game. Brahim Diaz is the striker for Morocco who's scored more goals than any other player in this competition, walks up to take the penalty, and you think, this is it, it's all over. So what does he do? He does one of these crazy panenkas, which is you don't know what a panenka, it's where it's just a little chip. It's weird, just try and wait for the goalkeeper to move. Chip, it all looks very good if it goes in. Anyway, the goalkeeper doesn't move, which is Edward Mendy, who used to play at Chelsea, and he just catches it. And it's like, it's the worst penalty you have ever seen. Then goes to extra time, Senegal score, and Senegal end up the champions. Wow. It was like this. Whoa. It was all over the place.
I'm sorry I missed it.
I know, but we got look at the celebrations. This in Dakar in Senegal. This is how much it meant to the country. Look at the celebrations here. All right, I'll do it. Here we go.
So we got some lovely scenics of Senegal to begin with.
Yes, I mean, this looks like the start of the Eurovision Song Contest, where we're just having a look at the city.
And I think we'll then go into the celebration.
I was hoping we'd hear a bit of noise and a bit of shouty business, but there we are. I think you can make the noise for yourself. That's as the winning goal goes in. There's a lot of excitement that's gone on in Dakar.
Well, it
and in
means the
Senegal.
world to them, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. A little bit else from yesterday, which is really nothing compared to what happened last night. Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. So Wolves, point for them. Not good for Newcastle, and Aston Villa beaten by Everton, and I'm sure Mike will fill you in on that because he's very, very happy.
Oh, he's very happy.
He's very, very happy.
Morning. He's a very happy man.
And Aston Villa could have gone 4 points behind Arsenal, but they blew it.
And just finally, Emma Raducanu, she's sailing through.
Should we have a little look at Emma?
Yeah.
Shall we? OK, here's Emma Raducanu at the Australian Open, or as she's now called by one of the super fans, Rado. Hello, Rado. He's shouting, come on, Rado. And she even called out this fan and said, oh, you are welcome to come to any of my games in the future. I don't know how many more there's going to be at the Australian Open, but we'll see. She beat Thailand's Manchaya Samakil. That's not bad, is it? 6-4, 6-1. And she's got Anastasia Potapova next, and then Arina Sabalenka.
What round are we in?
We're through one. We've just done one. Don't get overexcited.
We're sailing through.
It's
slightly premature.
Game by game. Take each game as it comes, Mark. You know how this sport business works. So anyway, she's got another game coming up.
Excellent.
But she's looking good, and we're staying hopeful.
OK,
and
yes.
So
far, so good.
So far, so
Rado.
good.
A masterful performance as always, Mr. Coyte.
Well, thank you very much. I'm through to the second round.
Now, £85,000 up for grabs in the latest Great British Giveaway. It's tax-free as well, so you don't want to miss out. Here are all of the details that you need.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck with that. Now, still to come, weight loss jabs are driving up the cost of a certain item in the supermarket. We'll tell you what that is all about in the papers next with the lovely Don Neeson and the lovely Mike Parry.
But first, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's the forecast across Europe.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello there. Storm Harry, named by the Spanish Met Service, will bring some heavy rain, thunderstorms, strong winds to central parts of the Mediterranean over the next few days. Dry across Turkey and Greece on Tuesday, but rather chilly. Wet weather across Italy into the Balearics and then eastern Spain as well. Some snow over the higher ground. Dry towards Madeira, down into the Canaries, Tenerife, 18 degrees, sunny spells, where it remains warm over the next few days here.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to
stop.
You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
More than 10 people have had to be rescued after a huge sinkhole opened in a canal in Shropshire, leaving several narrowboats stranded.
Yes, 3 boats have been affected by the incident, with at least 2 swallowed by the sinkhole, which is approximately 50 by 50 metres in size.
Extraordinary. Well, joining us with the story is Paul Smith-Story, who's on a canal boat 3 boats away from this sinkhole. Paul, this sort of thing doesn't really happen very often, does it?
It doesn't. There was a huge breach on the Bridgewater Canal last year, but this is the first time we've actually seen boats at the bottom of the breach. It was quite scary to witness, to be honest.
So how close are you? What can you see from where you are?
Yeah, well, we're about 90 metres away from where the sinkhole started. We got woke up at 4:20 this morning. There was crashing on the boat because the boat was listing. We got off, and a friend of ours told us that there was this sinkhole that had appeared and that there was a boat about to drop into it. When we got there, the boat was already in the bottom of this sinkhole. The rush of water was incredible. It just sounded like a huge waterfall. Luckily, those boaters got out, and we actually know the chap whose first boat went in. We're just so thankful that he got out in time with his dog.
Gosh, Paul, just explain what we're seeing on our screens right now. So the narrow boat there has come out of the water that we see on the left, and has it rolled over and down into the sinkhole? What's going on?
That's the actual line where the red clay is the line of the canal. Just where those 3 trees are to the left is a field that's flooded, and I think that's where the water's escaped from the canal, and it's just flooded the field to the left of that image. It was really scary.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast. We're going through the papers this morning with Mike Parry and Dawn Nisa. Morning.
Morning. They're like a vision in navy and yellow, just like my tie.
Indeed, yeah. We were inspired by your tie.
Yeah.
It's like, let's dress like Mark's tie.
I like
colour coordination.
Very coordinated, you 3.
Absolutely.
And Dawn,
Ellie, come on.
I don't know what happened to me this morning. I didn't get the memo. Sorry.
You look fabulous.
Thanks. It's a new dress. I'm glad you like it.
It's very nice indeed.
Stop flirting, Mark. God, dear.
Shall we look at the Telegraph, Dawn? Councils denying the vote in May raised taxes by 280 million.
Yeah, this is the ongoing story of the local council elections that have been given the opportunity to postpone their elections if they want to, and our 28 local authorities have decided to take that option, 22 of them mysteriously being Labour. But they've done some digging around by the Taxpayers Alliance, and they've found that among those 28 councils that have applied to postpone the elections, the amount raised in increased council tax since 2021 has been 283.7 million.
Yeah.
So there could be another reason these councils want these elections postponed, because they're not going to get back in, are they?
It's absolutely astonishing. This is a scandal, this story, and the reason why it's in the Telegraph is the Telegraph are actually taking a case up legally to try and challenge this. But there's one paragraph here which sums it all up. The highest council tax rises have been at Thurrock in Essex, where the Labour-run council has put up bills by 28.4% since 21-22, adding £398 a year to a Band D household. Thurrock has cancelled its election. I wonder why. Because the voters there aren't going to be very happy if you're paying another £400 a year on your council tax bill. So what do you do? Scrap it. It's so undemocratic. It's unbelievable.
It really is. And Steve Reid, our local government secretary at the weekend, was saying, no, actually, the people in these areas want this because they don't want to waste money on an election. It's like 82% of people in these areas want their election.
They do. Well, I mean, what Labour certainly say is that these councils are being reorganised anyway. Why vote for a councillor who's not going to be in the position in anything but the shortest.
But in a previous time, the reorganisation was going on. They didn't cancel the elections. They've only cancelled them when there was foot and mouth and when COVID was rampaging the country. But in previous reorganisations, it's never been used as an excuse to postpone an election because you'll have a new authority next year. It's never been used.
It's ridiculous. We all know the reason, and it's like, oh, it's because it's too expensive. General elections are quite expensive. Why don't you cancel those as well?
Yeah, but they're going to be found out. Thurrock is a perfect example of them knowing they're going to be found out for being incompetent in running local authorities.
Right, Mike, let's talk about Greenland, because clearly we've got Trump playing hardball now with the threat of sanctions on these 8 NATO allies, and now that Truth Social post this morning, he's doubling down.
Oh, he is doubling down, although he's got a history, hasn't he, of doubling down, and then doubling back, if you see what I mean. You know, he's done that with China, but this looks rather more serious. Well, what I just don't understand is, did you know that until the Berlin Wall went down in 1989, there were 10,000 troops in Greenland anyway? He's got military bases all over Greenland. He's got a space centre in Greenland which tracks satellites around the world to protect America's safety. And when a small group of European soldiers went to Greenland recently, Donald Trump seems to have read that as being, oh, the Europeans are trying to get there before me. It was something that had been arranged a year in advance, and it should have pleased Donald Trump because Europe was looking after a part of its own territory. You know what I mean?
I think he would say, as he says in that post, that Europe and Denmark and others have had decades to try to bolster the security in the High North, and they've been failing. The UK, for instance, and Norway are bringing in these frigates to go submarine hunting in the High North and all that, but they're not going to be on stream for years.
No, exactly. But it is a nonsense. Mike said he doesn't need to do this. He's got military bases there. He can put as many troops as he wants.
Why get aggressive about it?
He doesn't need to own it and charge tariffs.
If you went and had a nice word with the people of Greenland and said, look, to keep you safe, we're going to bring a few troops over and a few aeroplanes, a few submarines. Oh, you're right with that? They'd have probably said, yes, please, why not?
So, Don, you're in alignment with the Labour government, with Sir Keir Starmer.
No, I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not, because Sir Keir Starmer has said, we care about the people of Greenland. Oh, like you cared about the people of the Chagos Islands.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, let us know what you think on that one. gbnews.com/your say. Dawn, Mike, thank you very much. We'll see you in about 45 minutes' time.
Indeed.
Let's get a check now on the weather with Greg Dewhurst.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. Another cloudy day to come, some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but there will be some sunshine around too, and temperatures near average but mild in the south once more. So we have two bands of weather bringing rain, so cloud and rain across Northern Ireland, western Scotland this morning, and another one affecting much of England and Wales, giving some low cloud, misty, murky conditions through the day, outbreaks of rain and drizzle. But in between these, there is some sunnier breaks, parts of Scotland, western fringes of England and Wales, and perhaps even southeast England seeing some sunnier breaks too, and temperatures generally similar to recent days between 7 and 9 degrees. Into the evening time, those weather bands not really going very far. So central parts of Scotland, a dry end to the day, but turning quite chilly under clear skies. To the east and west, rather cloudy with some patchy rain, and those bands of cloud and rain stretching south into parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, so a cloudy end to the day here. Much of the rest of England and Wales also cloudy, rain and drizzle, hill fog in places, but a few cloud breaks from time to time through the evening. And very little changes overnight as well. We may start to see the bands of cloud pushing a little further north and eastwards as we go through the night, allowing some clearer spells towards parts of Wales and the West Country ahead of the next weather system, which starts to come in for Tuesday. So temperatures under the cloud holding up 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees. Any clearer spells a little lower, but most of us frost-free to start Tuesday. The weather systems move out the way into the North Sea as we go through Tuesday morning, allowing it to become a little dry and brighter for a time. But another weather system bringing cloud and rain and stronger winds to Northern Ireland, western fringes of southwest England and Wales as we move through into the afternoon. Elsewhere, generally dry, a little breezy, but some sunnier spells and temperatures once more up to around 10 or 11 degrees.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A90 southbound south of Lawrence Kirk, a broken down vehicle is partly blocking the carriageway, so expect some hold-ups and slow-moving traffic through that stretch. Please take extra care when passing the obstruction. In Oxfordshire, the M40 southbound exit slip at junction 9 has lane closures after a road traffic collision, with delays of around 10 minutes. And it should be clearer by around 8:25 this morning, once recovery work is completed. And on the trains, Gatwick Express and Southern services have major disruption between Gatwick Airport and Redhill and East Croydon, with delays and cancellations likely. Check before you travel for more travel news. Go to gbnews.com.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning. Sir Keir Starmer tells President Trump he's wrong to impose tariffs on the UK over Greenland.
The Prime Minister will address the nation this morning after warning the US President that tariffs on NATO allies risks damaging transatlantic relations.
Well, in a post on Truth Social this morning, President Trump says Denmark has failed to secure Greenland from Russia, insisting the US will step in, saying it will be done.
But it raises a bigger question. Will Sir Keir Starmer's approach make any difference at all? And just how unpredictable is Donald Trump's next move?
And all of this brings us to today's debate. Should the Prime Minister cancel the King's state visit to the US over the tariff threats?
Also in today's programme, another Tory turncoat, Shadow Foreign Minister Andrew Rossendale defects to Reform UK, days after Robert Jenrick sensationally jumped ship. We'll be joined by Mr Jenrick later on this morning.
At least 39 people have been confirmed dead, with dozens more injured following a high-speed train crash in Spain.
Prince Harry says he's confident and ready ahead of his High Court trial against the Daily Mail. He's one of 7 claimants, including Elton John, over alleged privacy breaches spanning some 30 years. Can Harry finally end his battle with the tabloids?
Going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
Thames Valley Police are using facial recognition software to catch criminals. But is Big Brother now looking a bit too closely at us?
I love you were the final words of 14-year-old Jules before he died, reportedly during a Tik Tok blackout challenge. His mother, Ellen, is suing the platform, alleging it played a role in his death, and we'll be hearing from her later today.
Day 292 of cycling around the world with my dad.
We're meeting the father and son duo who are cycling around the world, raising over £25,000 so far for UNICEF. This is one ride you certainly don't want to miss this morning.
And in sport, well, crazy African Cup of Nations final. The controversies overshadow the game as Sadio Mane's Senegal win. Emma Raducanu's through to the second round of the Australian Open, and Aston Villa, thank you very much, and Aston Villa blow their chance of going second by losing at home to Everton.
A murky and cloudy, damp start to the day. Outbreaks of rain in places, some glimmers of sunshine. Will it change through the day? Find out all the weather details coming up soon.
Good morning, it's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Mark White. This is GB News Breakfast.
So many of you getting in touch this morning. Thank you for your company. Stuart says, the Tories are finished. I will never, ever vote for them again after 45 years of voting for them. Wow.
Yeah, and on the issue of the fact that so many councils are opting out of the elections in May, John says, if an MP dies, they call a by-election regardless of the cost. This is stammer stopping democracy, and it's disrespectful to our war heroes who fought for our freedoms and democracy. That, as I say, those councils who are, it seems, not going to take part in the elections in May.
And finally, just this one from David, who says, good morning. Regarding facial recognition software, South Wales Police have done this for 3 years. There are other parts of the country where it has been in place, isn't it, this?
Yeah, I mean, particularly in London, they've been doing it for years. It's controversial, of course, because many people feel that it is just one infringement too far on our civil liberties in terms of everybody being captured. The truth of it is, CCTV is everywhere. Your movements are recorded wherever you go, especially in sort of big centres of population.
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep those views coming in. gbnews.com/you'll say. Now, at 4 minutes past 7, let's take a look at our top story this morning, which is that the Prime Minister has confronted President Trump over tariffs and the status of Greenland. This happened in a phone call that comes amid rising tensions between Washington and its European allies.
Now, we're told that Sir Keir Starmer stood firm on Greenland, telling Donald Trump that tariffs on NATO allies were wrong and that the UK won't be bullied.
Well, in a Truth Social post this morning, President Trump said Denmark had failed to secure Greenland from Russia, insisting that the US will step in, saying it will be done.
Well, the call follows Washington's decision to impose 10% tariffs on Britain and several other European nations, with sterling already down 0.3%.
So how will the UK's already fragile economy cope, and just how unpredictable is President Trump's next move?
Well, joining us now is the former chairman of the Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood. Tobias, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Listen, hearing or reading that post from Donald Trump on Truth Social that came out early this morning, he's doubling down, isn't he?
He is indeed, and this is the biggest test of our relationship with the United States since the Second World War. You know, we've learned to expect the unexpected from Donald Trump, but this latest action, lashing out economically at fellow NATO members who dare to stand in the way, like Britain, as he illegally tries to annex part of NATO, for me, confirms what many of us have been saying for some time, that we must stand up to Trump, not appease him. He cares little for Europe. He's on a mission to disengage, but take a slice of Europe with him as he goes. If this was genuinely about security, why not bolster Americans' own footprint in Greenland, which it could do? It's down to, I think, about 200 personnel. It could bolster that to 10, 15,000. If it was about minerals, US companies could today seek licenses to mine. There's nothing to stop them. Greenland doesn't need to be part of America for that to happen. They're not doing so because it's so expensive. And finally, if this is about standing up to Russia, as Russia clearly gets more aggressive, then why not join us to support Ukraine and push Russia back? It's because of America's hesitance in supporting Ukraine that Putin has become so powerful, moved his economy to a war footing. For me, this is about Trump securing a legacy, no longer supporting international laws, but moving America into a more unilateral, isolationist space. And after Venezuela, believing superior force and threats can achieve foreign policy objectives. This is the new reality, and we must stop kidding ourselves that appeasing Trump is the best way to handle him. It's time to show courage and stand up to him.
Will Sir Keir Starmer's approach make any difference at all, though, to President Trump? As you say, from this post, it's pretty clear that he's doubling down on this. For Sir Keir Starmer today, we're expecting him to speak at 9:30 this morning to address the nation on this. He's got a bit of a diplomatic tightrope to tread today because he's got this special relationship. We've got this special relationship with the US, but we've also got our NATO members, our NATO allies that we wish to stand beside. He's made that position clear. So how do you think he's best to deal with this situation this morning?
You make an important point about that special relationship, but that special relationship is America and Britain. It's not Britain with Donald Trump. And if we see an American president veer so far away from that normal process, that bond that we've had that's developed since the Second World War, then we must speak out. Should make clear that when it's not clear whether Donald Trump himself has support of his own party or his own public here, indeed his own administration. So it's important that we offer a robust and firm response that makes it clear that our fundamental support for NATO is unwavering. It confirms that Greenland cannot be annexed by America, and that both America and Britain, indeed Europe, are safer and more prosperous when we work together. These actions go against all of that and against the spirit, I would say, of the special relationship, which was indeed crafted by Churchill and Eisenhower through the Atlantic Charter, Bretton Woods, of working together as a force for good.
Tobias, could I just ask you about the defection of your now former colleague, Mr. Rosendale, to Reform? Who's next? Who's going to jump ship next? I'm assuming it's not you, given that Lee Anderson says he doesn't want you there.
Well, so you not make this personal. I think that's part of where politics is going and so off-putting for people. What this is doing is giving clarity as to what the Conservative Party stands for as a centre-right party, and giving clarity as to what Reform stands for, or at least who's in it. Going back to that, it's very clear for me that the Conservative Party had to recraft, after a bruising general election, where it sits in the political spectrum and where it wants to take Britain. And I think it's starting to do that. And Kemi Badenoch is actually making ground. I think that's the reason why Robert Jenrick decided to jump, because he realized that Kemi would probably be safe after the local elections. But it's now clear that greater pressure will be placed on the Reform Party because, yes, the momentum is with them. Conservatives were bruised after the last election. I said that. Labour has come in but found wanting, so people are turning to Reform. Now the pressure will be to show what they actually stand for, rather than being an angry party that's angry with the nation. They now need to say where it's actually going to go. So, in fact, I think this is welcome that we purge ourselves, if you like, to provide greater clarity between what the two parties stand for on the right of British politics.
What does Reform UK stand for? Would you consider it to be a fascist party? Because the reason why I ask is Lisa Nandy was asked yesterday whether she considered it to be a fascist party. She said, I guess I would say that if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, in my experience, it usually is a duck.
Well, that's an important question I think that you need to place to Reform. But as I've just underlined, I'm not clear what Reform stands for, other than reminding ourselves all of the things that are going wrong with Britain. And there's no doubt about that. There are many. They need to be fixed. And to some extent, yes, the Conservatives in 14 years made some decisions that didn't help. Our leadership went completely awry in the last 5 years. But that doesn't then give license to say, let's just support Reform. They themselves have to come out with packages and proposals and policies that show clarity as to where they want to take Britain. And they're not there yet. Simply joining people's anger is not leadership. Leadership is about going to the front of the group and saying, follow me to places where perhaps you didn't realise you needed to go, but is in Britain's best interest, not just in the party's.
Isn't there a real danger here that what we see with the Conservative Party is not the Conservative Party dying as such, but really reinventing itself as a party that is more to the centre ground, and that those colleagues who enjoyed a position on the right of the party feel they can no longer stay in that party and they feel much more comfortable with Reform?
I think what you just said is 100% correct, and something that's eluded many members in the party. And some of the infighting that I saw in the lead up to the last general election, when there was so much ill discipline, was exactly that point. Yes, we are a broad church, but we've won successfully. We've been the most successful party in politics across the world for the last 200 years because we fought from the centre right. You go back to Disraeli, Baldwin, Churchill, even Margaret Thatcher, who had the big beasts on both sides of the aisle. Nigel Lawson, as well as people like Ken Clarke, bringing together all the strengths of the full party. We lost that. If we rekindle that, then absolutely we will then attract the floating voter, Middle Britain, and we will get across the line and be looking beyond our party base.
Tobias Ellwood, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Well, so many of you getting in touch with us this morning. Enough, I don't think that's your real name, says, I wish Trump would come here to the UK and take over. Brett says, why should the USA foot the bill for Greenland? If it doesn't own it, then that should be Europe's job. And Anita says, sorry, if Europe was that worried, why haven't they got into Ukraine?
Well, yeah, listen, I think it's going to be an interesting one as to where we find Messrs. Stammer, Macron, the German Prime Minister, also, of course, those other European NATO allies who've come out so very strongly in their sort of condemnation of what Donald Trump is doing. Where they go next? You know, are they willing to step up to the plate in terms of taking over the security of Europe, because that might be where we find ourselves if Donald Trump decides he wants to take a back step.
Yeah, how do you come back from that position?
Yeah.
I mean, if you call it blackmail.
Yeah.
How do you come back? Anyway, let us know what you think. gbnews.com/you'll say. If you do want to get in touch with us this morning, you can do so by becoming our friend. A friend of GB News could win one of these, Mark, which you're very excited about this morning. First time
it's the first time I've seen it. I've been away for a few weeks. Very nice. If you want that on the bumper of your car, why wouldn't you? Then you can apply for that and get it, hopefully.
Yeah, for free. Here's how.
Becoming a friend of GB News is free. It lets you have your say and be part of our shows every day on TV and radio. Plus, if you sign up by January 31st, you could win one of 50,000 limited edition GB News bumper stickers. To become a friend and for your chance to win, go to gbnews.com/bumper sticker now or scan the QR code on screen. 18 plus UK only. Full T&Cs at gbnews.com/terms of use.
Now, at 15 minutes past 7, Conservative Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister and MP for Romford, Andrew Rosendale, has defected to Reform UK, ending a lifelong association with the Conservative Party.
Well, he's joined Robert Jenrick as the second MP in a week to leave the party this year, fueling speculation about Kemi Badenoch and a possible Tory meltdown.
Well, joining us now in the studio is former political advisor Oscar Reddrop. Oscar, very interested to get your thoughts on what we just heard there from Tobias Ellwood. And it was a question that Mark put to him about whether this is an extinction of the Tory party, but whether this is, well, an evolution.
Actually, a move where the centre ground has been captured by what were once referred to, and maybe still are, by some of the party, as the wets, and that the right are being slowly but surely edged out towards reform. Now, he believed that that was 100% correct.
Could not disagree more.
Oh.
What a odd reading of the situation. I think Kemi's direction she's taking the party is very much of the right. It is traditional conservatism. It isn't wet. I mean, you only need to look at Kemi Badenoch as a leader and what she stands for. You know, it is entirely, proper centre-right, I would say, politics. I think it's a fair enough criticism to say that Conservative governments in recent history and in the past have been further to the left, I would say. And it's a very, very odd thing. It's a very, very counterintuitive thing sometimes. A lot of the people who've gone across to reform, and I would never speak ill of my former boss, Boris, but these were prominent cabinet ministers during a Boris government that reform, I think, fair enough in many ways, would identify as betraying right-wing politics and being quite to the left. And these are the people that have joined Reform. A lot of the Conservative, notable, prominent Conservative politicians that are now at the forefront of the party had nothing to do with that drift to the left, many would argue, and are actually pretty ardent, traditional right-wing Conservatives. So I think that from Tobias makes no sense at all.
Well, I think certainly as far as these MPs who have gone to Reform and Conservative, they maybe have quite a few questions to ask about why they, stayed with a party they felt, was headed in the wrong direction for such a long period of time. But Robert Jenrick certainly believes that within the Conservative Party, there just is a collective denial to own the mistakes of the past. I get that they are just going to perpetuate a cycle of making wrong decisions again that they really haven't learned from those 14 years of some pretty significant mistakes, particularly, I would say, with regard to immigration policy.
I get that. And actually watching, I was very much primed and ready to throw loads of tomatoes at the screen when I saw Rob Jenrick enter that press conference. But as he identified the problems and the ills of in the country that obviously the Tories have played a part in, he was right, and it kind of sat me down a little bit. And I thought he's really, really on the money here. It's really interesting the way the conversation is at the moment. Politics, and I think leading up to the next election, if I was to really shrink it down, it's kind of going to be, in many ways, people who actually want to hear that the country is broken, Britain is broken, it's becoming a real part of our conversation now, and those that don't want to hear that. And I think it's a balancing act. I think Rob Jenrick and Reform are very good, and I don't mean this dismissively, are genuinely brilliant at identifying the problems in this country. And the Tories took their eye off that ball, and that's where they're really making a lot of ground. But can they offer the alternative? And that optimistic, that vision, that future-looking vision? Because, I hate to, Boris wrote about this in his latest comment. Like, Britain is not broken. Britain will never break. You can hate the politicians that have run it into the ground, but fundamentally this country is not broken. And I think Reform need to drift away from talking the country down a little bit on those terms.
Well, thank you, Oscar. All I would just say on that is, for many people right up and down the country, outside the bubble of Westminster, they do believe that the social fabric of their nation is disintegrating fast. That, yes, in many respects, is broken.
Yeah, no, I completely get that, and that is why Reform are doing so well. And people have been let down, and the Tories were part of that. But I think people should give Kemi a chance.
OK. Oscar, been good to see you this morning, as always. Thank you very much. On Oscar's point, Brian's been in touch. Just listen to Tobias and his description of Reform's position. It's spelled out for me precisely why my vote is still firmly in my hand. Reform has yet to sell me their position as to where they want to take the country. Brian wants to see more of a vision. William says the Tory parliamentary party failed the country by working against the Brexit vote, and as a result, the electorate have now turned against them. I voted Remain. Tories deserve the wilderness that they find themselves in. Keep those views coming in.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you very much for your views. We do try to read them all in between the live interviews that we're doing. But, yeah, keep them coming, and we'll read out as many as we can.
Now let's have a check on the weather with Greg.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. Another cloudy day to come, some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but there will be some sunshine around too, and temperatures near average but mild in the south once more. So we have two bands of weather bringing rain, so cloud and rain across Northern Ireland, western Scotland this morning, and another one affecting much of England and Wales, giving some low cloud, misty, murky conditions through the day, outbreaks of rain and drizzle. But in between these, there is some sunnier breaks, parts of Scotland, western fringes of England and Wales, and perhaps even southeast England seeing some sunnier breaks too, and temperatures generally similar to recent days between 7 and 9 degrees. Into the evening time, those weather bands not really going very far. So central parts of Scotland, a dry end to the day, but turning quite chilly under clear skies. To the east and west, rather cloudy with some patchy rain, and those bands of cloud and rain stretching south into parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, so a cloudy end to the day here. Much of the rest of England and Wales also cloudy, rain and drizzle, hill fog in places, but a few cloud breaks from time to time through the evening. And very little changes overnight as well. We may start to see the bands of cloud pushing a little further north and eastwards as we go through the night, allowing some clearer spells towards parts of Wales and the West Country ahead of the next weather system, which starts to come in for Tuesday. So temperatures under the cloud holding up 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees. Any clearer spells a little lower, but most of us frost-free to start Tuesday. The weather systems move out the way into the North Sea as we go through Tuesday morning, allowing it to become a little dry and brighter for a time. But another weather system bringing cloud and rain and stronger winds to Northern Ireland, western fringes of southwest England and Wales as we move through into the afternoon. Elsewhere, generally dry, a little breezy, but some sunnier spells and temperatures once more up to around 10 or 11 degrees.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Now, time is ticking on your chance to win £85,000 in our biggest cash giveaway to date. Tax-free cash to spend on anything you like this year. Absolutely anything. And make sure you don't miss out. Here's all the details you need.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, good luck. Now, do stay with us. Still to come, fresh from his defection to Reform UK, we are going to be speaking to Robert Jenrick.
But next, the Prime Minister is facing calls to cancel the King's state visit to the United States over those tariff threats from Donald Trump. Should he? Well, we'll be debating that next. This is G.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Welcome back. Now, the Prime Minister is facing pressure to cancel the King's US visit over President Trump's Greenland tariff threats.
Yes, palace sources say that the King and the Queen are still expected to travel to America this spring to coincide with the 250th anniversary of US independence.
But is it a good idea, or would a visit from the King perhaps change President Trump's mind?
Well, joining us to debate this morning is Labour commentator James Mathewson and royal commentator and historian Rafe Hadel-Mancu. Very good morning to you both, gentlemen. Rafe, let's start with you. Should the Prime Minister cancel the King's US state visit?
No, this would make an already, febrile situation far worse. As far as I know, a royal state visit has never been cancelled due to bad or deteriorating relations, not once during Queen Elizabeth's reign. She even had a visit with President Ceausescu, the dictator of Romania. So to set the precedent by cancelling a state visit to our biggest ally would only make things worse. Now, look, make no mistake, I'm absolutely clear here. This is the greatest crisis for NATO, I would say, since the building of the Berlin Wall, perhaps in its entire history. Britain and Europe must show strength. They must not back down. They must stand up for Greenland and Denmark, because strength is what President Trump respects. It's what Russia and China respects. And remember, China and Russia are watching all of this with glee, and they're hoping that we cancel this state visit because they want to damage Western unity. Right now, Britain and Europe look very weak and feeble, and we are militarily weak and feeble. We still do need America's security guarantee. So that means we mustn't overreact and damage Anglo-American relations, because we don't know if Trump is serious. He may not follow through on these tariff threats. He has done this in the past. He does have form in all of this. Also, we're still waiting for the Supreme Court ruling to come out, potentially this week, on whether Trump even has the constitutional right to impose tariffs. So this issue could go away on its own. And if we overreact now, we would needlessly cause damage to Anglo-American relations when, of course, it's still, despite the uncomfortable situation, our most important relationship.
Well, James Matthewson, we're obviously hearing people saying that Trump is using bully boy tactics here, but at the end of the day, we need to take the heat out of this situation, don't we? If we start threatening to pull the King's official state visit to the US, that's going to do the exact opposite.
Well, with friends like these, who needs enemies? You know, this is the way that America is acting as our ally. It's very, very unfortunate. And I agree with Rafe about that. However, I do think we need to acknowledge here that that lines are constantly being stepped over. The goalposts are constantly being moved to accommodate the behavior of this bully and this increasingly tyrannical leader who is, you know, not even to mention his relations with the rest of the world, who is abusing his own population at the moment with glee. When it comes to Greenland and our attitude there, and for me, look, as somebody who doesn't even believe in the royal family existing, then I often have difficulties knowing where to place them in society. But for me, they are a tool of the government. And that's the important thing. And when it comes to somebody like Trump, who has no respect for democratic processes, no respect for democratically elected leaders, we see this all the time. He prefers autocrats. He prefers monarchs because he would love to have that power himself. And we saw that on the last state visit. But I think he would listen, or listen more likely to somebody like King Charles than he would to Keir Starmer any day of the week. Now, if he's going to be going anywhere as a monarch, I don't think it should be the US, it should be Greenland. If we're going to send him anywhere, we should be sending him to Greenland and assuring that support and showing that he would highly be, or to put it lightly, highly frustrated by the process if Donald Trump were to try and bully his way onto that island.
OK, gentlemen, sorry it's been so brief this morning. Thank you both so much for your company. And let us know what you think on that one, gbnews.com/you'll-say.
Well, coming up, Robert Jenrick joins us live, fresh from his Defection to Reform UK. We'll be talking to him about what's happening next and, of course, the latest defection. That's just after the break.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A90 southbound south of Lawrence Kirk, a broken-down vehicle is partially blocking the road. In Cumbria, the A595 southbound between the A5086 and the A5093 is heavily congested with delays of around 20 minutes, clearing by 20 to 8 this morning. On the M40 southbound exit slip at Junction 9 in Oxfordshire, a crash is causing lane closures and 15-minute delays. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast has disruption between Stafford and Wolverhampton, and Great Western Railway has road transport between Liscard and Looe. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
We can allow.
Stop.
We can allow.
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Welcome back to Breakfast. We're very pleased to say that joining us now is Reform MP Robert Jenrick. Very good morning to you, Mr Jenrick.
Good morning, good to be here.
Are you trustworthy, Mr Jenrick?
Look, I heard that argument from Kemi Badenoch. She's obviously lashing out, as obviously she didn't like me very much. But the really important issue here is that, to me, we've got to fix the country. I think Britain is broken right now. Kemi disagrees. She thinks everything's all right and is going down the right track, and we just have to muddle along. But I think the country's in a mess, and that is what most of your viewers, I suspect, will be feeling this morning. Their wages aren't going up, immigration's out of control, public services don't seem to be working. You've got to have some real change in the country, and that is why I chose to break with the Conservative Party, which pained me because I've been a member of it for a very long time. But that's the reason I chose to join Reform, because the Conservative Party hasn't learnt its lessons. It's still got exactly the same people at the top of it who made all those mistakes in the first place. And it's not the party that we can believe in to actually fix the country and get it onto the right track.
Well, the reason I ask if you're trustworthy is because many would say you were part of the mistakes that were made, that you have since secretly plotted to defect to Reform UK before being caught out. You then attacked your former colleagues, and we know, on top of all of that, that you have leadership ambitions. So are you trustworthy? Can Reform UK trust you?
Look, I think I've been the most honest, really, of anybody in recent years. I was the Conservative MP who resigned from Rishi Sunak's cabinet because all the people around the cabinet table willing to go along with an immigration policy that was a total disgrace, that was going to allow the small boats to continue for years and years and years. They were lying to the British public, saying that Rwanda was going to work when they knew in their hearts that it wasn't. After the last general election, I was the one who said that the Conservative Party failed in government on immigration, the economy, on public services, and went out to make the case that the party had to change fundamentally if it was ever going to even try to win back the trust of the public. I'm afraid I very slowly, over a period of time, came to the conclusion that I was naive, that the party was not going to change, that it was not capable of changing. And the worst thing of all, which is about honesty, was that the people at the top of the party were not willing to even appreciate, to concede that they were the ones who'd made the mistakes. And if you can't fess up to what you've done, then you are not going to be the people who can turn the country around and fix Britain. So that's why I chose to make this very difficult decision. And as regards Reform, I'm delighted I've done this. I'm part of a very exciting team now that wants to fix Britain under Nigel Farage, who's a strong leader. And in tough times, you need to have somebody with real conviction running the party and the country, and someone who's been consistently right on the big issues, none more so than on immigration.
Robert, I mean, of course, you're right to say that you resigned, but eventually you were the immigration minister. You were the immigration minister when record numbers were coming over the channel, when the scheme that should have been a temporary housing of migrants in hotels became the permanent, it seems, position adopted by the previous government. You know, you do not have an unblemished record here.
No, that's actually not right, Eamonn. Look, I walked into the Home Office. It was a total bin fire. Suella and I were absolutely disgusted by what we found there. The record of the people who came before us, I mean, my goodness, absolutely terrible. We worked like crazy over the year that we were in that department. Small boats, down by a third. No other ministers before or since managed to do that. We started to close those wretched hotels, 100 of them we closed, the only people who managed to do that. And on the legal migration, I literally sat in Rishi Sunak's office in Downing Street and said to the man, I will resign unless you bring into force the measures that are needed to get legal migration right down. And he reluctantly did that. And it's because of that that we're now seeing the changes come through. The way the stats work is that you make the changes and then you start to see the benefits in the years that follow. And so the changes that I put in are now starting to work, and that's having a massive impact. Was it enough? No, absolutely not. I'm the first to say that. That's why, unlike others, I resigned from the cabinet, went onto the back benches and started fighting and even voting against the Conservative government. There was only 11 of us, 11 souls who bothered to vote against the Rwanda policy because we knew it wasn't tough enough. Myself, Suella, we were part of it. There's only 2 sitting Conservative MPs of those 11. So I'm afraid all the others in the Tory party, they sat on their hands. They were willing to see that happen. It was terrible. That's why nobody should trust the Conservative Party now to be the ones who will actually fix the country.
It's Mark here, by the way. I'm just filling in for Eamonn today, but thank you for complimenting my Northern Irish accent. I've been mastering it quite well. Can I ask you, obviously we got the news last night about Andrew Rossendale.
You've got a very nice soft accent as well.
You know, I mean, you can come back any time. As far as the defection of Andrew Rossendale last night is concerned, of course, the latest Conservative MP to cross now to the Reform benches. Presumably, despite maybe some of the unkind things you said to your former colleagues, you've been in conversation with them. Are we expecting more to come across to the Reform benches in the days and weeks ahead?
Well, firstly, absolutely delighted that Andrew has chosen to do this. You know, your viewers may know him, great constituency MP, very true patriot, superb addition to the Reform team. Look, if there are other Conservative MPs who share the values and the principles of Reform, who want to turn the country around, fix it, then I'm sure Nigel would welcome into the party. But he has said, and he's absolutely right to do so, that this is going to have to happen quickly. After the May elections, then the door closes and Reform moves on. It can't be that people just make up their mind or Johnny-come-latelys to this. So it's make your mind up time now for people who share the values and the principles of Reform. And I suspect more will choose to follow in Andrew's path.
What would your advice be to Keir Starmer, who's addressing the nation at 9:30 today over the Greenland issue? We've seen a post from President Trump this morning on Truth Social saying that Denmark has failed to get the Russian threat away from Greenland for the last 20 years. He says the US is going to do something about it and it will be done. He's doubling down on this. He's playing hardball. How should the Prime Minister respond to this?
Well, he needs to get behind the table with Donald Trump, and he needs to have a proper diplomatic conversation with him and try to resolve this. What Trump has done is completely wrong. It's totally unacceptable to use bully boy tactics and threats of tariffs to deal with this situation when you're working with allies of the United States like ourselves and Greenland. But does Donald Trump have an important point? Yes, absolutely. Greenland, the Arctic, what's known as the High North, is a very strategically important place. And in the years ahead, we can't allow our adversaries like Russia and China to gain a foothold in that area. It's going to be one of the most strategically important parts of the globe for the rest of our lifetimes. That can be resolved, however, diplomatically. If the US wants to put more forces or equipment in Greenland, then I'm sure that's possible. In fact, there are existing arrangements that allow them to do that. In the Cold War, they had 15,000 troops in Greenland. This needs to be resolved diplomatically by allies, by getting around the table. And that's what I want to see Keir Starmer do in the days ahead.
I'm going to test you now, Robert, for the role as Foreign Secretary, or at least that brief, or maybe even the leadership. If you were to speak to Donald Trump, maybe if you spoke to him overnight, what would be the sort of emollient words that you might be able to offer that sort of talk him down a bit and back from the brink?
Well, it's a message that I've just said, that we completely understand the point that Donald Trump is making, in that this is a part of the globe that has been underappreciated for a long time for its security purpose. Obviously, Denmark is a small country. It's not the best placed to ensure that Greenland is protected from Chinese and Russian influence in the years ahead. But this situation can be resolved diplomatically by allies, by NATO, by ensuring that the United States can have the military presence that it wants in that part of the world, and the UK can play its role as well. We're not so far away ourselves from the Arctic and have a role to play in the years ahead in defending it on behalf of the West. But let's do that diplomatically as friends and allies. Let's not get into these pointless and economically destructive debates like tariff wars.
OK, Mr Jenrick, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Just before you go, Robert, what should we refer to you as from now on? Are you the Treasury spokesman for reform, foreign affairs?
Leader in waiting?
I'm the 180,000th member of Reform.
OK. It's not quite as snappy, but we get you. OK, thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Now, do stay with us. We're going to be going through the papers next with Mike Parry and Dawn Neeson.
And get some instant reaction to what they've just heard from Robert Jenrick there as well.
Yeah, but first, before any of that, let's have a look at the European forecast.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hello there. Storm Harry, named by the Spanish Met Service, will bring some heavy rain, thunderstorms, strong winds to central parts of the Mediterranean over the next few days. Dry across Turkey and Greece on Tuesday, but rather chilly. Wet weather across Italy into the Balearics and then eastern Spain as well. Some snow over the higher ground. Drier towards Madeira, down into the Canaries, Tenerife, 18 degrees, sunny spells, where it remains warm over the next few days here.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
only on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
The University of Bristol has been threatened with legal action by a leading academic who led a recent government review into sex and gender data collection.
Well, Professor Alice Sullivan claims her freedom of speech was restricted after a talk she gave was disrupted by a trans rights protest.
Protesters actually scaled the walls of the building. We were in a first-floor lecture theatre, and they climbed the walls in order to bang on the windows and sort of howl through the windows. It felt incredibly surreal in there. It was like some kind of zombie apocalypse. And they were setting off fire alarms to very loudly disrupt my talk. Eventually, we had to all move to another lecture theatre. And I learned afterwards that people trying to attend the talk had been severely disrupted by protesters who were not asked to stand behind barriers or anything like that. They were just allowed to intimidate and obstruct people who had come to hear me speak.
It sounds like a fairly severe dereliction of duty on behalf of the university. I mean, obviously everyone has a right to protest anything, and you'd think at a university anyone would have a right to give a talk, and yet there is this sort of heckler's veto that some try to play to try and keep out ideas with which they disagree. I mean, it seems to just go against the fundamental ethos of what higher education should be in this country.
That's absolutely right. I mean, I fully support people's right to peaceful protest, but this was not a peaceful protest. It was really quite violent.
GB News, the People's Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversations.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Well, we're joined now by the metaphorical wasp, the yellow and the blue or black, either side of us. A bit like my tie, of course, as well. As you said, it was a tribute to...
We were inspired by you, Mark.
Anyway, I shall stop waffling because you were listening to Robert Jenrick, both of you there, just before the break. What did you make of what he said with regard to the issue of whether he can be trusted? Apparently he says he can be.
Well, interestingly, neither Mike nor I could hear that first answer, and so I was looking. Ellie asked the brilliant question, the question that he has to be asked, and I couldn't hear him say anything, and I thought that was exactly the answer I was expecting. Nothing. Would you want to work with someone who has treated his former boss and his former colleagues like that? I would be a bit wary of them, to be honest with you. And I think when Kemi Badenoch said he's Nigel Farage's problem now, I think she might have had a point.
Maybe. Mark, I thought your last question was the most pertinent one. What's your title now inside Reform? Because one of the reasons he left Kemi Badenoch was she treated him badly. Because he was a rival for the leadership of the Tory party. When she won, she made him a junior minister, and he could not fulfil his ambitions.
Just Shadow Justice Secretary.
Exactly.
Who wants that?
Exactly. Very junior, and lots of people above him. So when I saw the coronation last week, and I saw Richard Tice get up and shake hands with him, and I saw Mr. Tice on television over the weekend, not exactly, embracing Mr. Jenrick's arrival, I'm thinking there's going to be a bit of a power battle inside Reform now, because Richard Tice, to give him his due, is incredibly energetic as a Reform performer who has been punching away for the last 2 years.
Successful businessman, has really wholly supported Nigel Farage, and I wonder whether, there is going to be a bit of shilly-shallying inside Reform for superiority.
Well, the role he wanted under Kemi was Chancellor. The role he'll want with Reform is Chancellor, as does Richard Tice and Zia Youssef.
And Zia Youssef, I was about to say. They're
exactly.
For it.
Three alpha males.
I'm not sure it's going to be plain sailing.
Well, I think one of the big briefs, Foreign Affairs, Home Affairs, Chancellor. Yeah, I'm sure that he'll want one of those.
Yeah, but it's deputy. Who is recognised as the deputy in waiting inside Reform? And it looks like Mr. Jenrick has assumed he has leapt into that position by self-describing himself as the biggest fish ever to join Reform.
Do
you know what I mean?
Do you think he sees himself now as a successor? to Nigel Farage?
Well, if he does, I'm sure he's not dim enough to try and make that public, because Nigel Farage has a habit of squatting away people who he thinks are trying to undermine him. So I don't think he'd ever do that.
He did describe himself as the new sheriff in town.
The new sheriff in town.
Who says that about themselves?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I think he was trying to make it clear that had been, well, his team was just, that had been written by his team rather
Of course,
than by
yes,
him.
yes, written by my team.
Like Keir Starmer's pieces are written by his team. I mean, you're supposed to check them. Supposed to check them out. And
forensic ability they have to check details.
You two are very cynical, you really are.
Tabloid journalists. It's literally our job.
In terms of more Tory defections, Dawn, do you think this begins and ends with Andrew Rosendale, or do you think this...
No, I think there's more to come. And I think there are certainly one, potentially two, going from the Labour Party as well. We don't know who they are. We said, you know, Nigel Farage did say...
But none of them sitting MPs, or at least we don't
Is it a well-known Labour figure, we're told, is going to defect tomorrow?
The way things are going in Labour at the moment, my money be on West Streeting. I mean, there's so much infighting.
That crossed my mind yesterday.
So much infighting going on there.
I mean, is Mr Rossendale the first of the 15? Because, you know, Mr Jenrick said, had he done it on his terms and not been sacked by Kevin Banner, he might have made an announcement saying, I'm coming and there's 14 more behind me. Now, I don't know... I mean, Mr Rossendale is such a Tory, such a dyna-wool Tory, has been since he was...
14 years old.
Yeah, 14 years old.
But you could say he was reformed before reform even existed.
Well, I've always said I'm a Thatcherite, and whichever party now introduces Thatcherite policies in the next election will get my vote. That might be the Tories, that might be Reform, but that's certainly...
Well, he's a Thatcherite.
Yeah, exactly. That's certainly what I'm looking for, somebody to represent...
Well, certainly Reform are going to be spending quite a bit of money, but it's how you manage to sort of get that money to be able to spend. Is it through, you know, efficiencies and cuts and things like that? That then veers more into the Thatcherite sort of realm of...
Very much so. You've got to shrink the state. You've got to shrink the welfare state. You've got to, you know, lower taxes, all of that.
Yeah. OK, Mike Parry, Dawn Neeson, thank you very much. See you in 45 minutes' time. We'll be back with the headlines in just a few minutes. Do stay with us.
Thank you, Britain, for helping us reach 10 million followers across our social media platforms. We're truly honoured to have your trust, one follower at a time.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A1 northbound at Haddington, lanes are restricted after a road traffic collision. The M4 eastbound is slow from junction 28 at Tredegar Park to junction 23A at Mega. On the M5 southbound at junction 2, there's a crash with 2 of 3 lanes closed, expected to clear after 9:30 this morning. Also, the M40 southbound exit slip at junction 9 is restricted following a collision, due to clear at 9:45 this morning. And on the trains, Great Northern has major disruption between Welwyn Garden City and Alexandra Palace, and Elna between Stevenage and London. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Sir Keir Starmer tells President Trump that he's wrong to impose tariffs on the UK over Greenland.
Well, the Prime Minister will address the nation this morning after warning the US President that tariffs on NATO allies risk damaging transatlantic relations.
Well, in a post on Truth Social this morning, President Trump says Denmark has failed to secure Greenland from Russia, insisting that the US will now step in, saying it will be done.
But it raises a bigger question. Will Sir Keir Starmer's approach make any difference at all? And just how unpredictable is Donald Trump's next move?
Elsewhere in the programme today, another Tory turncoat. Shadow Foreign Minister Andrew Rosendale defects to Reform UK, days after Robert Jenrick sensationally jumped ship.
At least 39 people have been confirmed dead, with dozens more injured following a high-speed train crash in Spain.
Prince Harry says he is confident and ready ahead of his High Court trial against the Daily Mail. He's one of 7 claimants, including Sir Elton John, over alleged privacy breaches spanning 30 years. Can Prince Harry finally end his battle with the tabloids?
Well, this could be the final showdown for Prince Harry and his war against the British tabloids. He will be here at the Royal Courts of Justice in London later on this morning for opening arguments. Stay with us.
Going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
And Thames Valley police are using facial recognition software to catch criminals. But is Big Brother now looking a bit too closely at us?
I love you were the final words of 14-year-old Jules before he died, reportedly during a TikTok blackout challenge. Now his mother Ellen is suing the platform, alleging that it played a role in his death.
Day 292 of cycling around the world with my dad.
We're meeting the father and son duo pedalling around the world, raising over £25,000 for UNICEF. This is one ride you won't want to miss.
And in sport, crazy African Cup of Nations final. The controversies overshadow the game as Sadio Mane's Senegal win. Emma Raducanu through to the second round of the Australian Open, and Aston Villa, otherwise known as, blow their chance of going second by Australia lost at home to Everton.
A murky and cloudy damp start to the day. Outbreaks of rain in places, some glimmers of sunshine. Will it change through the day? Find out all the weather details coming up soon.
Good morning, it's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Mark White. This is GB News Breakfast.
Lots of you getting in touch this morning. Lots of you very, very happy to see Mark this morning. Barbara says, very good to see you back, Mark. Welcome back.
It's lovely to be back. I had a few weeks out in Turkey. It's not holiday season out there, but it's still nice.
Nice weather.
Weather wasn't too... Well, it rained a bit, but on the days it wasn't raining, got up to about 16, 17 Celsius.
Mild.
You could sit out in the pub if you were very hardy with a T-shirt on.
Which I'm sure you were.
Just once or twice.
Very good. Well, you've been missed here. I was actually saying Will Godley's got a report today on surveillance, and he was working with the police on that report. I said, oh, Mark, it's very, very your kind of reporting there.
Yes.
You were pleased to see him do it, weren't you?
Absolutely, a very good report. Hopefully we'll have that for you a bit later on.
Yeah, lots of you getting in touch today. Have you got anything coming through?
William says, with regards to the Conservatives, he said the Tory parliamentary party failed the country by working against the country's Brexit vote, and as a result, the electorate have turned against them. And I voted Remain. Tories deserve the wilderness. That in response, of course, to the latest defection, Andrew Rossendale, across to Reform from the Conservative benches. Will there be more to follow?
Yeah. Anthony has been in touch on the conversation that we had with Robert Jenrick, the interview that we had just before 8 o'clock this morning, saying common sense coming from Jenrick. He described Trump as bully boy tactics over Greenland, and Jenrick also said it's completely wrong to talk about tariffs on NATO countries. Jill says, why cancel the state visit of the King to the US? The US is a country who has had our back. We do have a special relationship, don't we? So it's a diplomatic tightrope that the Prime Minister is going to have to tread very carefully this morning.
I do think that threatening to pull the state visit of the King is going to do nothing other than actually add to the tensions and, you know, really just add to the sort of the heat, and we need to be stepping back from the current crisis, try to ensure that calmer heads prevail and that we can work through this, come up with a settlement and a solution that is acceptable to Donald Trump, but acceptable, of course, to Denmark as well, and the people of Greenland. It's interesting, I have to say, though, with regard to what the Prime Minister and others have been saying, that it is the people of Greenland who should decide what their fate is in terms of who they align themselves to country-wise. It's not the same kind of deal or, you know, that the Chagossians were sort of offered and given when they, at the end of the day, had to, you know, accept the decision of the UK government to give the base at Diego Garcia to Mauritius.
Yeah, well, let's see what the Tories say about this, shall we? Let's speak to the Shadow Defence Secretary, James Cartledge. Very good morning to you, Mr Cartledge.
Good morning.
And can we start on this Greenland row? I don't know if you've seen President Trump's post on Truth Social this morning, but he said that Denmark has been unable to do anything about the Russian threat towards Greenland, but he says now it is time and it will be done by the US. What's your response to that post, and how should Sir Keir Starmer be responding to President Trump's threats over Greenland?
Well, look, first of all, I haven't seen that specific post, but I note the substance from what you said, and my answer would be, well, the way that Denmark deals with a threat is that Denmark is part of NATO, along with ourselves and along with the United States. That alliance was formed precisely because of the threat from Russia, the North Atlantic Treaty. And I think, you know, I actually agree, I think there's cross-party agreement in Britain on this. What he's proposing is unacceptable, both in terms of the claim on Greenland and in terms of then using tariffs to potentially punish countries who stand up to him on it. So look, I very much regret the position we are in. It's worth remembering that after 9/11, that's the only time Article 5 of NATO has ever been used, and it was used by the United States and for other NATO countries to come to their mutual aid, which we did, and fighting in Afghanistan, where of course we lost many troops. Denmark had the highest per capita losses, so we're all allies together, and it'd be much better if we stood together as allies instead of resorting to these kind of proposals.
But James, obviously, with Donald Trump, we know that he doesn't like being sort of publicly named and shamed in the way that we've seen so many leaders in Europe coming up telling him that what he is proposing is completely wrong. He's been backed into a corner here, isn't he? Isn't what's required here is for both sides to step back. We need a solution to this that doesn't spiral.
Oh, of course. Look, the last thing we want is a trade war with our closest ally and a massive trading partner of the United Kingdom. Even if we weren't affected, and it was just the UK and Europe, it would still have wider ramifications for the global economy and for ourselves. So, you know, there's a reason why I strongly believe, and most people do, in free trade. It's in our best interests. So you're absolutely right. The last thing we want to see is some kind of tariff war across the Western alliance. On the total contrary, what we should be doing now is coming together and recognising there is a serious threat from Russia and other potential adversaries, and we should be standing strong against that.
Can I ask you about Andrew Rosendale, who has defected to Reform UK, becoming their 7th MP? That's the second Tory MP to defect to Reform in a week, following Robert Jenrick, of course. And Nigel Farage has set that deadline of the 7th of May, so there could indeed be many more Tory MPs defecting to Reform. Is Andrew Rosendale's defection a loss to the Tory party? And is this a sign that the Tory party is on the road to extinction?
No, on all counts. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm disappointed that Andrew Rosendale has defected, but that's his choice. I respect him for that. If he wishes to join another party, then so be it. From my point of view, I actually think Kemi has shown amazing leadership in recent weeks, not just over the way she sacked Robert Jenrick and dealt with that very high-profile defection, as you say earlier, but at the same time she's been setting out some really positive policies on the economy, this key area where at the moment, you know, the country, let's be honest, is not doing particularly well under Labour, because when all is said and done, you know, and I'm not one of those who think that Britain is broken, it's got big challenges. What we need are answers. The public out there don't want to see politicians just whinging about this and infighting and what Kemi rightly said was the psychodrama. They want to see us standing united, and the Conservatives will be stronger and more united after this has passed, in my view. And we'll keep coming out with those strong policies to show Britain how there is a positive choice to Labour, and I think, you know, Kemi is now really well placed to do that.
But James Cartledge, isn't this the problem? You say you don't believe that Britain is broken, but if you get outside of the Westminster bubble and you get into communities right across the country, there are many people in those communities who feel that the social fabric of these communities has disintegrated to the point where it is broken. And as far as the Conservatives are concerned, they feel they just don't get that. That's why Reform is seeing such a resurgence in those willing to go and vote for them.
No, I don't accept that. And this thing about Westminster bubble, I mean, I was in Sudbury, which is a small market town in my constituency of South Suffolk, over the weekend. The people there do not live in the Westminster bubble. They were incredibly positive coming up to me about the way Kemi had handled Robert Jenrick.
Hold on a minute. They don't live in Bradford, they don't live in Leeds. They don't live in, you know, some of the inner cities that are particularly deprived in many parts of the country. What you're describing there is not necessarily, indicative or representative of the bulk of the population centres in this country.
Hold on. I don't agree with that. Just if you give me a chance to respond, I don't agree with that for a second. These people are struggling with the cost of living. They've all got their challenges. In our part of the world, which is quite rural, you know, people have got to fill their heating oil tanks up. It's actually quite expensive at the moment. You know, there is rural poverty where we are. There are challenges. You know, we all want to see better results from our local schools. Our businesses, with these huge hikes in business rates, have their challenges too. And so I'm not saying there aren't massive challenges. And yes, there are parts of inner cities in this country where that is particularly acute. It has been for many years. But if we want to deal with these problems, there's no point in simply focusing on anger and going on about broken Britain, in my view. I accept entirely there are significant challenges, but we have to look at our strengths as well. Britain is an open trading nation. That's why this issue of potential tariffs is so damaging. We've still got an amazing financial services sector. We have brilliant universities. We lead in many facets in global trade and in science. What we've got to do, the way back here, and this is why I think Kemi has been so strong in recent weeks, and I think people are waking up to this, instead of spending more on welfare, which is something Reform have proposed, spending more on welfare, getting people more dependent on the state, we have got to set free our entrepreneurial instincts as a country, trust in business, get spending under control so we can cut taxes like business rates. That's the agenda she set out. It's an authentic Conservative agenda, and I think it is a much more positive message for the country.
OK, Shadow Defence Secretary James Cartledge, we're out of time with you this morning, I'm afraid, but thank you very much for joining us on GB News Breakfast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, joining us now is GB News Chief Political Correspondent Catherine Forster, who's listening across to all of that. What did you make of what Mr Cartledge had to say?
Shall we start with Greenland?
I think we should.
Yes, well, his point, which I think was well made, is that Donald Trump is saying we have to have Greenland to keep it safe. And he's saying, well, that's what NATO's for. That's literally why NATO exists, for America and all the European allies to stand together. If one is attacked, they will all come to the defence. And I think what Giorgia Meloni, certainly the Italian PM, thinks has happened is that there has been a breakdown in communication whereby when we and 7 other European countries sent a very, very small number of troops to Greenland last week to reassure that we're taking security in the Arctic very seriously, that Donald Trump has interpreted that as against the United States.
You've seen it as a direct threat.
Precisely, which is the opposite to what they had hoped to do. So we know that the Prime Minister spoke to various people, the Danish PM, Mark Rutte, the Secretary-General, Ursula von der Leyen of the EU, and Donald Trump last night. We will hear more from him in a press conference in about an hour's time. I think he is going to be treading the most incredibly difficult line. Of course, they want to find a solution. They don't want to do anything to antagonise Donald Trump further. But at the same time, there is a feeling that they have to stand up for themselves and say, no, this is a line.
But they've kind of backed themselves into a corner, haven't they, really? Because they've come up and said, or come out and said so explicitly that what you're doing is wrong, Donald Trump. Where do you go from there? Because you can't suddenly say, oh, well, OK, maybe we can come to some kind of a deal here.
Well, they're hoping that he will back down. Taco, Trump always chickens out. We saw that happen with the Chinese. The threats of the tariffs went through the roof, and in the end, everybody sort of came down from that. But they're also playing hardball because the EU are looking at hitting America potentially with what they know their trade bazooka, £93 billion worth of tariffs. Emmanuel Macron of France particularly pushing for that. But it's very hard to know, isn't it? Because if you're weak, you're likely to get walked all over. We have been very weak in terms of defence and perhaps paying the price for that now. But if you stand up to Trump very forcefully, there is a risk of escalating and making things even worse. So incredibly difficult. Yeah, it really is. Catherine, thank you very much.
Some views coming in on that. Thank you very much. Our chief political correspondent, Catherine Foster. We've got one from Harry. I won't do the second word. Ex-squaddy. Yeah. He says, as Russia and China are such a danger to our country and to Europe, why is Slimy Starmer, his words, not mine, not scrapping the Chinese embassy and spy centre in the Old Royal Mint? Starmer is inept and weak, he says.
Yeah, lots of our viewers are very upset about that, even though a decision hasn't yet officially been made on that. Morris says, Starmer gives away the Chagos Islands, Trump takes Greenland. What is the difference? And also lots of you reacting to that conversation that we just had with James Cartledge, saying that the Tories haven't learnt their lesson because he said Britain is not broken.
Yeah, and in response to the question I was asking James Cartledge there about the, he cited his constituency and a town there. I'm saying it's not necessarily representative of what most people in the country live through in the likes of inner cities right around the country. Andrew Yates has said, this morning's useless Tory.
Again, his words, yeah.
Yes, not ours. It's not a clue. Sudbury is a wealthy, leafy southeast suburb. It's absolutely nothing like Sutton in Ashfield in Nottinghamshire or Doncaster or various other places as well.
Well, do keep those views coming in. gbnews.com/you'll say. But for now, let's get a check on the weather with Greg Dewhurst.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. Another cloudy day to come, some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but there will be some sunshine around too, and temperatures near average but mild in the south once more. So we have two bands of weather bringing rain, so cloud and rain across Northern Ireland, western Scotland this morning, and another one affecting much of England and Wales, giving some low cloud, misty, murky conditions through the day, outbreaks of rain and drizzle. But in between these, there is some sunnier breaks, parts of Scotland, western fringes of England and Wales, and perhaps even southeast England seeing some sunnier breaks too, and temperatures generally similar to recent days between 7 and 9 degrees. Into the evening time, those weather bands not really going very far. So central parts of Scotland, a dry end to the day, but turning quite chilly under clear skies. To the east and west, rather cloudy with some patchy rain, and those bands of cloud and rain stretching south into parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, so a cloudy end to the day here. Much of the rest of England and Wales also cloudy, rain and drizzle, hill fog in places, but a few cloud breaks from time to time. Bands of cloud pushing a little further north and eastwards as we go through the night, allowing some clearer spells towards parts of Wales and the West Country ahead of the next weather system, which starts to come in for Tuesday. So temperatures under the cloud holding up 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees. Any clearer spells a little lower, but most of us frost-free to start Tuesday. The weather systems move out the way into the North Sea as we go through Tuesday morning, allowing it to become a little dry and brighter for a time. But another weather system bringing cloud and rain and stronger winds to Northern Ireland, western fringes of southwest England and Wales as we move through into the afternoon. Elsewhere, generally dry, a little breezy, but some sunnier spells and temperatures once more up to around 10 or 11 degrees.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Now time is ticking on your chance to win £85,000 in tax-free cash. It's in the latest Great British Giveaways. You don't want to miss out. Here are all the details that you need.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, the best of luck with that. Now, still to come on the show, Prince Harry is set to speak in court in his trial against the Daily Mail. Will be live at the Royal Courts of Justice. You're looking at live shots there of the main entrance into that courtroom for this very lengthy court proceeding that will feature a number of celebrities as well. Sir Elton John and others joining the case that Prince Harry is bringing against associated newspapers.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very, very tonight
on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
So it comes down to money, doesn't it? Always follow the money, follow the money. And, you know, big tech is a big business. It is a very, very powerful industry. And it's pulled a blinder because it has convinced government and schools, teaching unions, you know, the individual local authorities that are responsible for procurement. It has convinced everyone that tech is either not harmful in the case perhaps of social media and smartphones, or actually beneficial. And it's a lie. I mean, it's a complete lie. The evidence is there. It is harmful.
There are plenty of examples in society where there are things that we know that are harmful to children, or that they may come with risks and benefits associated with them. Let's say contact sports, for example. Let's say giving them junk food. But we still give parents the right to make that decision because we believe in the rights of parental responsibility over state intervention in those areas. What makes those areas different to the risks and benefits associated with digital use for kids?
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely. And I, as you know, as Rennie knows, I'm about as libertarian as one gets, certainly for adults. I do think when you know, the intersection of individual choice and freedom with child welfare and child safety is rather different. And I think there are many examples of areas where a problem is too big for individual parents to solve. I mean, you've mentioned contact sports, and I think that's a really good example because, of course, there we all have the choice as parents whether our children should or shouldn't engage in contact sports. But phones are rather different. I mean, certainly smartphones, and I think that, you know, you do have a distinction with phones versus EdTech. It is literally mandated by schools, and there is no legal right for parents to opt out. So there is no choice.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast. It's 8:26. Now, Prince Harry's 9-week trial against the Daily Mail is set to begin at the High Court this morning.
A spokesman for the Duke of Sussex said that he's feeling confident and ready to take the stand to give evidence of his allegations of security breaches.
Well, the last time the Prince was in court, he won substantial damages and an apology from the publisher of The Mirror and an admission of unlawful activities in an out-of-court settlement with the publisher of The Sun.
So, can he win? Well, let's cross over now to the Royal Courts of Justice, where our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, is there. Cameron, good morning to you. Can you set out for us what we can expect from the first day's proceedings here and that expected appearance of Prince Harry?
Yeah, absolutely, Mark, and it is going to be far from easy for Prince Harry and his co-claimants, but this really is potentially the final showdown for Prince Harry in his war against the British tabloid press. It's the third and final battle against a specific newspaper group. This time it is the publisher of the Daily Mail that he is accusing of alleged unlawful information gathering. That's Associated Newspapers. They are accused of hiring private investigators to place listening devices inside cars, blagging private records and accessing private phone conversations. Now, Associated Newspapers denies all the allegations against them. A spokesperson for them have told me that the claims are preposterous and without foundation. But this could be particularly uncomfortable for the Daily Mail because they have consistently denied ever having their journalists involved in unlawful information gathering, and that is including during the Leveson inquiry, during sworn testimony way back in 2011, which looks into the ethics of the British press. But for Prince Harry, he isn't going this alone. He is one of 7 co-claimants, including Sir Elton John, David Furnish, Sir Elton John's husband, actresses Sadie Frost and Liz Hurley. We also have the former Liberal Democrat minister, Sir Simon Hughes, and Baroness Doreen Lawrence, the mother of murdered teenager Stephen Lawrence. And the reason all of them are going together is potentially because the legal costs are so unbelievably high in this case. The total for both sides is £40 million. Prince Harry sees his mission really as kind of almost holding the British press to account on what he sees as malpractices, particularly for victims that he believes couldn't afford this kind of legal action. However, as I said, Associated denies all these allegations against them, and it is going to be far from easy for the co-claimants because there are huge question marks about the credibility of the witnesses that they are going to be relying on during this 9-week trial, and also a question mark as to whether they have brought these claims far too late, because the articles being tested date from 1993 to 2011. But the High Court trial kicks off at around 10:30 a.m. this morning. As I said, 9-week trial. Prince Harry is expected to be here later on this morning for opening arguments and will give his own evidence in the dock later this week.
Cameron, thanks very much indeed. Just a quick follow-up in terms of course, all eyes being on the Royal Courts of Justice today as Prince Harry turns up for these proceedings. Are we expecting some of those other big names, Sir Elton John and others, to give evidence in the weeks ahead?
Yes, Mark, we are expecting all of the co-claimants to give evidence in the weeks ahead. We are expecting Sir Elton John and David Furnish to give their evidence remotely via video link. That is what they applied for during the pre-trial hearings. We haven't quite heard from a judge yet as to whether they will be granted. As for the other co-claimants, they will be in the dock giving their evidence. We haven't heard whether they are going to be appearing in court this morning for opening arguments, but we're also expecting several of the Daily Mail's former and current journalists and editorial staff to give their own defence in evidence. So it is really going to be quite an interesting showdown here during the 9-week trial.
Yeah, it certainly is. You're going to be across it all for us, Cameron. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cameron.
Now, at 8:30, if you're travelling to work or school this morning, here is your traffic and travel update.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A1 northbound at Haddington, there are restrictions after a crash. On the M4 eastbound, an accident is causing problems between junction 47 at Penlegaia and junction 46 at Llangeflac. In Derbyshire, the M1 southbound is slow between junction 30 and junction 29, with delays of around 30 minutes. Also on the M3 westbound, a broken down vehicle is blocking one lane between junction 3 and junction 4. And on the trains, Cross Country has major disruption between Banbury and Oxford, and Great Northern between Welwyn Garden City and Alexandra Palace. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Lots of you getting in touch with us this morning. We've just spotted this one from Rob.
Yeah, Rob in Durham. It was interesting. He was listening intently, clearly, to the interview with Robert Jenrick this morning. He said, listen closely to Jenrick speak. First during his speech, and now this morning speaking to GB News, he has twice now singled out and gave praise to Suella Braverman for taking similar actions to himself. This, he says, isn't done by accident, as he wouldn't want to give praise to a Tory who isn't going to defect. Expect her, he says, to defect soon. You know, and what an asset, he says, that would be to reform. He could be right.
I think you might be onto something there, Rob. We will have to wait and see. Of course, you will find out any developments on GB News, so do stay in touch with us and keep watching us and keep listening to us if you do listen to us on the radio, and keep getting in contact with us as well, because we love to hear from you. And you can do so by becoming a friend of GB News. And if you become a friend of GB News at the moment, you could be in a chance to win one of these.
Oh, no, you're going to want to have that.
Yeah.
And we can't give you a close-up of it, but it looks...
It's a good one, isn't it? A
we
GB
will
News
give you a close-up
bumper
in a
sticker.
second.
Yes, so you could stick that on your car, drive up and down the country with something just like this. Take a look.
Ah, look at that. Lovely. Who wouldn't want that on their bumper?
Anyway, here's...
Becoming a friend of GB News is free. It lets you have your say and be part of our shows every day on TV and radio. Plus, if you sign up by January 31st, you could win one of 50,000 limited edition GB News bumper stickers. To become a friend and for your chance to win, go to gbnews.com/bumper sticker now, or scan the QR code on screen. 18 plus, UK only. Full T&Cs at gbnews.com/terms of use.
Well, still to come, Paul Coyte joins us for sport as we meet the father and son who are cycling across the world, raising over £25,000 for UNICEF. If you want to, it's something, of course, that you don't want to miss out on. This is GB News Breakfast with Ellie and Mark.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What we're going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's 8:37. We've got a great sporting story for you now, don't we, Coity?
Yes, you know what? Father and son cycling around the world to raise money for UNICEF. So far, £25,000 they've raised. They're on course to break 3 Guinness World Records as well. They've been tracking their journey on social media. They've been documenting the highs and lows of cycling life. And father and son, George and Josh Kohler. George, everybody I've seen a ham on is from Sydney, Australia. We said everybody from Australia. There they are. They're looking far too well for considering what they've been through. Boys, congratulations on what you've done so far.
Thanks very much. It's been amazing.
I can imagine. Now, I think, how do you get the time to actually do this? Because you have been so many thousands of miles, and also it is about raising a lot of money for UNICEF as well. So just tell us about the journey.
Well, I started off by setting my own business up as a chimney sweep. So that's given me the chance to have a bit of flexibility.
I was going to say that makes perfect sense. You're a chimney sweep, so you decided to cycle around the world. I'm none the wiser, but keep going.
So when Josh came up with the idea to go on this little bike ride, jumped at the chance. The customers are amazing, and they're looking forward to catching up on the stories when we get back.
So there's been a few stories, though, on the way, hasn't there?
Oh, there's been one or two. Yeah, almost every day is a different story.
Highlights and lowlights.
Oh, waking up in a tent in Cappadocia in Turkey as the sun's rising and you're surrounded by hundreds of hot air balloons. The warmth and generosity of the people across the world has been incredible. So it's just been one amazing journey so far.
And what about
and I mean
difficult times? Go on, Josh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, all these highs, they obviously come with their lows. We've had a couple. Australia itself has been a really big challenge for us. There's been a lot of long distances with not too much in between, not much civilization, and we've battled a headwind for most of the 2 months we've been here. So it's been a challenge, but we've pushed through it, and yeah, we made it to Sydney a couple of days ago.
It's absolutely remarkable. So how long has it taken you in all?
We've now been going almost 10 months.
And are you done now? Is that it? Are you finished?
No. So tomorrow we fly to Queenstown in New Zealand, and we'll spend the next 3 weeks cycling the length of New Zealand. And then after that, we fly to Santiago in Chile and go across South America to Rio. And then from there, we'll fly to Lisbon, cycle the last few thousand kilometers through Europe, get the ferry back to England, and cycle home to our little house in Norfolk.
And then never get on a bike again, I can imagine, for the rest of your lives. Listen, it's an amazing thing you're doing. Keep going. We're right behind you, and hopefully we'll speak to you when you're in South America. Thanks, boys.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Thank you. George and Josh.
Wow, that is inspiring, isn't it?
It is. I can't even cycle down. Can you imagine? Yeah. Just thinking of getting a bike and just cycling down the road, and they're just going. It's absolutely unbelievable. I don't know how they do it. Yeah. And it's not one of these e-bikes either.
Yeah.
Pure.
What an adventure for a father and son.
I know.
You'd
that's
love
the
to do
thing.
something like that.
That's it. And that is actually, it's a very good point, because it's one of those things that it's a real, they will always have for the rest of their lives, that fathers and sons could do that together. I think
Really
it's absolutely fantastic. Quick thing I want to mention, football yesterday.
Oh, it's all kicking off.
This is it. This is not even Premier League. This is the AFCON final yesterday between Morocco and Senegal. Now, Morocco, who are hosting the tournament, they've got to the final. Senegal, who've won it before, Sadio Mane's team. And Senegal were a little worried because they thought a lot of decisions were going to Morocco, and they're the home team. Now, what happened is towards the end of the game, it's 0-0. Senegal, right in the last minute, get a perfectly good goal disallowed, which obviously they're very unhappy about. So that's disallowed. It goes to VAR. You're thinking, no, OK, that looks dodgy. And then in the 98th minute, if you follow me, Morocco are also given a penalty, which also looks like a very questionable decision. So looks like they're going to score. Then up comes Brahim Diaz, does a little Panenka, one of these ridiculous little chips, goes straight into the goalkeeper's arms, Edward Mendy, and then it goes to extra time. And in the end, after all of that, Senegal win. But what we should mention is that when that penalty was given, Senegal walked off the pitch and just said, we're not going to play anymore. You know, we don't like...
Well, they did.
This is it. Because if they hadn't, it probably put off the penalty taker. And if they... So there's also... It's not even over yet, because they then decided, you know what, OK, we will come out and play. And then they ended up going and win the whole game. But honestly, the controversy... But that's... I'll tell you what, it was a hell of a watch, though.
Yeah.
It was controversial, but it was a hell of a watch.
And Emma Raducanu, very briefly, doing very well down in Australia.
She's OK. Well, one game in so far, one game. She's won it.
One game at a time.
Win the second
She's
game,
sailing through.
then it could be Sabalenka in the third round. But as someone in sports said, take each game as it comes.
Yeah, but she's sailing through. She's looking good.
Sailing? Well, yeah.
Sailing.
She's doing OK.
Stay on the positive.
She made it
We'll
look
stay positive.
easy.
We're behind her.
Made it look easy. Oh, just to say, if you do want to donate to George and Josh, who we just spoke to, they're raising money for UNICEF. They've raised 25 grand of 30 grand targets so far. JustGiving.com, and it's George and Josh pedal the planet if you do want to donate.
Indeed. Now, still to come, find out why today is meant to be the most depressing day of the year. We'll be discussing that and more with Mike Parry. And listen, look at her. There's no way you could be depressed seeing the lovely dawn.
We're not depressed
resplendent
here.
in her yellow.
Yeah, just like the holiday sun, which is appearing across Europe, apparently. Let's have a look at it.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello there. Storm Harry, named by the Spanish Met Service, will bring some heavy rain, thunderstorms, strong winds to central parts of the Mediterranean over the next few days. Dry across Turkey and Greece on Tuesday, but rather chilly. Wet weather across Italy into the Balearics and then eastern Spain as well. Some snow over the higher ground. Drier towards Madeira, down into the Canaries, Tenerife, 18 degrees, sunny spells, where it remains warm over the next few days here.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
We can allow. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good for your mental health, able to chat to other men about things that are bothering you or just have a natter.
The club meets apparently at an Essex pub at 8 o'clock every Sunday. So they should be meeting now. We've sent our reporter down there to see what it's all about.
Yes.
She's GB News reporter Bethany Elsey, and I think she's there. Bethany, a very good morning to you. What's going on?
Good morning to you both. Good morning to you both, and you're absolutely right. Dozens of people have turned out here in Brentwood for this countryside walk to support men's mental health. It is, of course, all set up by the famous entrepreneur Thomas Skinner, who joins me now.
And my lovely mate Rob.
Rob. And Rob Heisey, who is a therapist. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank
Thomas,
you.
why have you set up this event?
I just feel like, look, listen, like, us blokes don't talk to each other enough. We're always going to work, grafting, looking after the family, but we never talk about us, never look after us. And there ain't nothing out there really around this way for people to sit down, have a little chat, have a cup of tea, enjoy the countryside, just blokes supporting blokes. That's all it's about, you know what I mean? Nice and early Sunday morning, before you do bits and pieces, and we can relax.
And Thomas, it's the second event of its kind. The first was last Sunday. You had about 80 people turn out now. There's dozens more here today. It's a real sense of community here.
Yeah, do you know what's lovely is shaking everyone's hand so far this morning. People that come from all over, not just from around here. People that come from Bethnal Green, people that come from Dartford. One guy's come from Canterbury, and obviously all the locals have turned up too. We've got just over 80 people. I think we're going to get more than 100 today, and look, hopefully it grows. The more the merrier. Yeah, all we just want to look after each other, put our arms around each other, and have a nice walk, and just say, you know what, it's all right.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
We are back going through the papers with Mike Parry and Dawn Neeson this morning. Morning. And it is a happy morning in here, isn't it? Despite the fact it is Blue Monday, Dawn.
We're having fun, yeah, but it is officially Blue Monday. It's a gimmick actually invented by a PR company back in the day. But hey, we won't stick with that one. Basically, it's the most depressing Monday of the year, evidently. Don't look at me like that, Mark. Or should I say Eamonn? It's the most depressing Monday of the year because all the credit card bills are coming in from Christmas, obviously, so we're all skint. We've all broken our New Year's resolutions by now. Dry January just wasn't going to happen. And the weather's obviously pretty rubbish. And it's also the time that we always think about divorce.
Golly, that's very...
Everyone looks at me like, oh, my God, no. Not you, Ellie, obviously, give it time. But evidently, after the hothouse Christmas period, everyone gets into January and thinks, well, I'm not sure...
No, you see, I think this is nonsense, utter nonsense.
Mike Parry, how dare you?
I'm sorry, but I wake up every morning, I spring out of bed on my 2 feet like that, and I shout, Carpe Diem, which means seize the day, right?
Yes,
and you've got to seize every day as it is. Now, this load of nonsense about, oh, it all comes together on one day, can't do. Yesterday, for instance, my team, Everton beat Aston Villa at Aston Villa. Whoa! How can I be having a blue Monday on a day like that?
No,
hey, I can't. You know, my investments are doing okay. It's a new year. People
You're
like
working
me.
with us. I mean, what more?
Never been better.
Well, what I'm saying is, you've got to look at the glass being half full, not half empty.
I'd agree with that. And I think with GB News as well, we'll always try and find something to make you smile.
Well, listen, Mike, let's talk World Cup.
World Cup, indeed.
Interestingly, it seems, because of the cost of trying to get to, and it's not just North America for the World Cup.
Canada.
It could be Canada.
Mexico.
It could be Mexico. People are deciding to go it's somewhere, but more close.
They're going to go to Benidorm. Now, it's two things. It's the cost, which is enormous. It's the distance. The distances. People don't understand the distance from Canada to Mexico is halfway around the world, basically. So I like this a lot because you can see the attraction of going with a group of mates, maybe 4 of you. You get yourselves into one of those typical Benidorm hotels with a balcony. And you get going on the beach during the day and the bars at the night with the drink. I can't see anything better. It's glorious. Also, of course, the cost of the tickets to watch the games in America are enormous. And so far, because of the enormous cost of the final tickets, although some super optimists have been buying them up, they can cost up to £6,000.
Well, you see, I think that is not a bad idea. And to that end, actually, my brother and me are going to go off to Turkey.
Brilliant.
For maybe the first 2 and a bit weeks of the World Cup.
Excellent.
I should say I haven't booked my leave yet. So.
Oh, you might want to mention that one.
You might have just given that one away.
The other thing is that people, you know, sometimes denigrate what I call the armchair supporters, the armchair fans. But you get a much better appreciation of a football match on a huge screen in Benidorm than you would being on row Z in some stadium in Mexico.
And cheaper pints.
And £2.30 a pint. Well done, Ellie, for bringing in the most important aspect of this whole argument. Yeah. That's absolutely right.
Few cerveza and the game, OK, it'll be about 2-3 in the morning. But
have some tapas.
But that's fine. It's Benidorm. You stay awake all night in any case, don't you? I mean, I think we've got a group outing planned to Benidorm, haven't we, Mr. Parry?
Indeed. But the crucial factor here is that this is a plan that has been put together both by a group of English fans, quite a lot of them, and a group of Scottish fans.
Oh, my God.
So we could have, you know, the Sassenachs and the Scots vying against each other on the beaches of Benidorm, which would be fantastic.
Could get a bit messy.
No! We're British,
a little bit
remember.
messy.
Everybody loves us.
Dawn, let's have a look at the Telegraph, shall we? The council tells a landlord to paint over his flag. Tell us a bit more about this.
God, this is one of those mad stories that pops up every so often. Yeah, this is Jerry Kunkler, who is landlord of the Moonrakers Inn in Pewsey in Wiltshire, who painted, he's got a white pub, and white painted pub, and he painted the Cross of St George on it for the 2016 World Cup, and they repainted it for the 22 World Cup, and he's wanted to keep it up, obviously, as we just discussed, for the World Cup that's coming up. And one person has complained.
Just happened to be passing.
Just happened to be passing, not a customer of the pub or anything, and says it was offensive because it looked like the headquarters of the National Front.
Oh, for goodness.
No, it looks like the national flag painted on a pub.
Yeah, and this is no ordinary pub, it's a sports pub. It's a designated sports bar, right? This guy also, you could say, a bit irresponsible. He's the longest-serving councillor on Wiltshire County Council. Right. You know, I mean, he's a very respectable man, and the idea that he would do something provocative to try and, you know, intimidate the locals is rubbish. I don't know if you've ever been to the Vale of Pewsey, but it is one of the most beautiful parts of this country. Yeah. The Vale of Pewsey in Wiltshire is absolutely
We'll have to go pay it a visit now.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I hope he refuses, actually, to...
Well, what's happened is, Mark, he's had to get retrospective planning permission. You see what I mean? Which is nonsense. Who tells you what you can paint on your building?
It's been there for 10 years.
Exactly.
It's just insane. And we should be proud of our flag.
Yeah, of course we should.
A lovely flag. It's nice and neat.
Of course we should. I totally agree with you.
Now, Mike, tell me about this absolute nonsense. Celebrities would prefer to go to jail than be cancelled?
Well, this is Matt Damon.
Say no more.
Oh, yeah, send him to jail, please.
Yeah, and this is Matt Damon. Now, I absolutely adore the Bourne films. I don't know about you, but they kind of took the franchise off James Bond and made it better, didn't they?
They're very good films.
Yeah, very good films. And he's a brilliantly cold, calculating assassin in those films and a great actor. But now, as lovies do when they work in La La Land, you get sort of weird ideas in your head. And he's saying being cancelled is something that is so damaging to the morale and the reputation and the well-being of huge superstars like him that there should be a system where you can pay not to be cancelled.
Not to be cancelled?
Yeah. So, you know, some sort of compensation factor, which means that you don't get cancelled because he says, affirming humans have dark instincts of taking enjoyment out of someone else's misfortune, and that's why people get cancelled, because it's the sheer brutality of the competitive nature of La La Land.
Oh, get over yourself and get a proper job.
Let's send him back to Mars, can we?
Dear Lord.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
And then bring the spacecraft back without him.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, we won't be cancelling you two, Mike Parry and Dawn Neeson.
You
We will see
literally
again
just
very
are,
soon.
Ellie.
Well, we are about to, but not permanently. You'll be back. See you soon. Thank you very much for your company this morning. Here's the weather.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. Another cloudy day to come, some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but there will be some sunshine around too, and temperatures near average but mild in the south once more. So we have two bands of weather bringing rain, so cloud and rain across Northern Ireland, western Scotland this morning, and another one affecting much of England and Wales, giving some low cloud, misty, murky conditions through the day, outbreaks of rain and drizzle. But in between these, there is some sunnier breaks, parts of Scotland, western fringes of England and Wales, and perhaps even southeast England seeing some sunnier breaks too, and temperatures generally similar to recent days between 7 and 9 degrees. Into the evening time, those weather bands not really going very far. So central parts of Scotland, a dry end to the day, but turning quite chilly under clear skies. To the east and west, rather cloudy with some patchy rain, and those bands of cloud and rain stretching south into parts of Northern Ireland, Northern England, so a cloudy end to the day here. Much of the rest of England and Wales also cloudy, rain and drizzle, hill fog in places, but a few cloud breaks from time to time through the evening. And very little changes overnight as well. We may start to see the bands of cloud pushing a little further north and eastwards as we go through the night, allowing some clearer spells towards parts of Wales and the West Country ahead of the next weather system, which starts to come in for Tuesday. So temperatures under the cloud holding up 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees. Any clearer spells a little lower, but most of us frost-free to start Tuesday. The weather systems move out the way into the North Sea as we go through Tuesday morning, allowing it to become a little dry and brighter for a time. But another weather system bringing cloud and rain and stronger winds to Northern Ireland, western fringes of southwest England and Wales as we move through into the afternoon. Elsewhere, generally dry, a little breezy, but some sunnier spells and temperatures once more up to around 10 or 11 degrees.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you to our global community for watching and listening to GB News. We're not only the #1 news channel in Britain, we're chosen by you around the world.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A1 northbound at Haddington, there are restrictions after a road traffic collision. On the M4 eastbound between junction 47 at Penlegair and junction 46 at Llangeithlach, there's an accident. In Warwickshire, the M42 southbound between junction 11 and junction 10 has a crash with one lane closed. In Cambridgeshire, the A14 eastbound between junction 21 and junction 24B is shut in both directions after an incident. And on the trains, Cross Country has major disruption between Banbury and Oxford, and Great Northern between Welwyn Garden City and Alexandra Palace. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Good morning. Sir Keir Starmer tells President Trump that he's wrong to impose tariffs on the UK over Greenland.
The Prime Minister will address the nation this morning after warning the US President that tariffs on NATO allies risk damaging transatlantic relations.
Well, in a post on Truth Social this morning, President Trump says Denmark has failed to secure Greenland from Russia, insisting the US will step in, saying it will be done.
But it raises a bigger question. Will Sir Keir Starmer's approach make any difference at all? And just how unpredictable is Donald Trump's next move?
Elsewhere in the programme, another Tory turncoat. Shadow Foreign Minister Andrew Rosendale defects to Reform UK just days after Robert Jenrick sensationally jumped ship. Well, earlier we spoke to Robert Jenrick himself.
We've got to fix the country. I think Britain is broken right now. Kemi disagrees. She thinks everything's all right and is going down the right track. We just have to muddle along. But I think the country's in a mess.
At least 39 people have been confirmed dead, with dozens more injured following a high-speed train crash in Spain.
Prince Harry says he is confident and ready ahead of his High Court trial against the Daily Mail. He's one of 7 claimants, including Elton John, over alleged privacy breaches spanning 30 years. Can Prince Harry finally end his battle with the tabloids?
Well, this could be the final showdown in Prince Harry's war against the British tabloids press. He will be here at the Royal Courts of Justice in London later this morning for opening arguments. Stay with us.
Going about their everyday business. But for the first time, they're being watched by police.
Thames Valley Police are using facial recognition software to catch criminals. But is Big Brother now looking a bit too closely at us?
Who wants a hug? I love you were the final words of 14-year-old Jules before he died, reportedly during a Tik Tok blackout challenge. Now his mother, Ellen, is suing the platform, alleging that it played a role in his death.
A murky and cloudy, damp start to the day. Outbreaks of rain in places, some glimmers of sunshine. Will it change through the day? Find out all the weather details coming up soon.
Good morning, it's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Mark White. This is GB News Breakfast.
Just very quickly, lots of you getting in touch asking about these bumper stickers that we are giving away if you become a friend of GB News now. Lots of you getting in touch saying, well, if we're already a member, how do we get a bumper sticker?
How do we?
Well, I think these are special edition, but if you go on the GB News shop product, you can buy 2 bumper stickers, pack of 2, for $4.99. So there you go. And it's like the old GB News badge on British number plates.
Right.
Kind of retro style.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
They look
Very
quite
nice.
cool. So there you go, for lots of you asking on the views this morning.
Indeed. To our top story now, the Prime Minister has confronted Donald Trump over tariffs and the status of Greenland in a phone call that comes amid rising tensions between Washington and European allies.
Well, we're told that Sir Keir Starmer stood firm on Greenland, telling Donald Trump that tariffs on NATO allies are wrong and that the UK won't be bullied.
Well, in a recent social media post, Donald Trump said Denmark has failed to secure Greenland from Russia, insisting the US will step in, saying it will be done.
Well, the call between Sir Keir Starmer and President Trump follows Washington's decision to impose 10% tariffs on Britain and several other European nations, with sterling already down 0.3%.
So how will the UK's already fragile economy cope, and just how will the unpredictable Donald Trump respond? Well, we're joined now, of course, by our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, it's just getting hotter and hotter in terms of the rhetoric, at least, over this.
It's an absolute nightmare because the President of the United States is effectively declaring economic war on these European countries, us and 7 others who sent a few troops to Greenland last week in an attempt to demonstrate to him that we did in fact take security of Greenland and the High North very seriously. This is why he says that he has to have Greenland. He said that they'll do it the easy way or the hard way. The easy way, he thinks, is buying it. And he's now turning the screws on people who've said, well, actually, it's up to the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. So we're going to hear from the Prime Minister. He's addressing the nation from Downing Street in the next 10 minutes or so. But just a reminder, if these tariffs do come in, 10% on the 1st of February, up to 25% from the beginning of June, until, Donald Trump says, Greenland is bought in its entirety from Denmark. So if it happens, it will be massively damaging to our economy, particularly our car industry, already at a 75-year low. If all these tariffs come in, some projections of up to 25,000 jobs lost, also steel. And it'll be fascinating to hear the Prime Minister, who has finally, having been softly for so long, been critical of Donald Trump and saying this is the wrong approach.
It'll be interesting to see what we hear from Keir Starmer in about half an hour's time. Thank you very much, Catherine. Now, at 9:06, I love you. Those were the final words of 14-year-old Jules before he died, reportedly during a TikTok blackout challenge.
Well, his mother, Ellen, is suing the platform, alleging it played a role in his death, and she wants answers.
Well, a TikTok spokesperson said that we strictly prohibit content that promotes or encourages dangerous behaviour.
Well, joining us now is Ellen Room. Good morning to you, Ellen. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. I'm so sorry for the loss of your son. Can you tell us as much as you can just about the circumstances that led up to his death?
So Jules had been playing for the day. He'd been with a group of friends out on a boat, playing football. I had been out for the day, but I was ringing him throughout the day, as I always would have done. And I rang and he said, "Mum, I started a fire pit, but I couldn't start it. I used your nail varnish remover." And I remember saying, "Oh, gosh, Jules, just be careful." He was being a typical teenage boy. And I said, so anyway, you can see on our security camera him saying goodbye to his best friend at 8:46 that evening, and he's laughing and saying, "See you later, Mont." And then I came home an hour and a half later and found him unconscious in his bedroom.
What do you believe happened in those 90 minutes there, Ellen?
Well, the truth is, I don't know. There was nothing found offline in his inquest. There's nothing ruled that he had any mental health problems, that he wasn't being bullied. So what did happen? And I went to the social media companies and said, I want to see what he was looking at online, because I didn't feel my 23-minute long inquest substantially looked into why my child wasn't here. And social media companies said no. At the time, Archie Battersby, another little boy, had the same accident 6 days before Jules, and everybody kept saying, could it be the Blackout Challenge like Archie Battersby? And that's when I raised that potentially it could have been that. And the police said to me, it might be, but we can't prove it. I went to social media companies and said to Tik Tok, show me what he was watching, and they refused. As a parent, you have no legal right to see what your children look at online.
Well, I mean, you can understand that a social media company might want to protect the privilege of a user, but at the end of the day, you're the mother of a young man who's died in these terrible circumstances. What on earth is the reasoning for not allowing you access to the browser history there?
Well, I've had various comments. I mean, I was sat in Parliament with representatives from Tik Tok, and they said they might be sued for release of data. And the MPs actually challenged them on that and said, who's going to sue you? And if there was data of other children, they could redact that. They could take off all the names. I don't need to see who said it. I want to see their messages. I want to see what algorithms was fed to him. And they've refused. Now they're saying they may well have deleted Jules' data, but that hasn't been confirmed. About 10 days ago, Gloucestershire Police have agreed to relook into things, and they have done a forensics download of Jules' device back in April 22 when he died, but it wasn't looked at forensically. So I'm waiting for the police now to review that forensically, which might open up new angles. But ultimately, if the social media companies wanted to give me answers, they could say, here you go, bereaved parent, this is all we've got on your son. I hope you find out what happened. And they've refused, which I think if they had nothing to hide and they didn't have dangerous things on their platform, why couldn't I see it?
And just before we let you go this morning, because we are short of time, would you prefer to see, and would you like to see, a wider social media ban for under 16, something like we've seen happen in Australia? We know that the Prime Minister is thinking about it at the moment too. Is that something that you would support?
100%. And I was just with 4 other bereaved parents, and I asked them if they thought the same, and they did. And I spoke to Esther Jai and Lauren Lefebvre yesterday, so I know of 6 bereaved parents, all 100% think we should definitely take this off children. And we're not saying get rid of the internet, we're saying get rid of harmful social media and let these children be children.
Ellen, we are so sorry for your loss, and we are so grateful that you've chosen to come and speak to us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. The best of luck.
Yeah. Well, a spokesperson for Tik Tok has said that our deepest sympathies remain with these families. And again, they say that we strictly prohibit content that promotes or encourages dangerous behaviour, using robust detection systems and dedicated enforcement teams to proactively identify and remove this content. We remove 99% that's found to break these rules before it is reported to us. As a company, we comply with the UK's strict data protection laws.
Now, Prince Harry's 9-week trial against the Daily Mail is set to begin at the High Court this morning.
Yes. A spokesperson for the Duke of Sussex says he is feeling confident and ready to take the stand to give evidence of his allegations of security breaches.
Well, the last time the Prince was in court, he won a substantial amount of damages and an apology from the publisher of the Daily Mirror and an admission of unlawful activities in an out-of-court settlement with the publisher of The Sun.
Well, a question. Can he win again? Let's cross over to the Royal Courts of Justice, where GB News royal correspondent Cameron Walker is there for us. Morning to you, Cameron. And are we expecting Prince Harry to arrive imminently?
Well, Ellie, yes, Prince Harry will be here relatively shortly because he does want to be here for the opening arguments of this case, potentially his final showdown with the British press. As you alluded to there in your introduction, this is the 3rd British newspaper group that he has sued for alleged unlawful information gathering. And this time it is Associated Newspapers who published the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday. And Harry and other co-claimants allege that their journalists were unlawfully gathered information on their subjects, including hiring private investigators to place listening devices inside cars, blagging private records and accessing private phone conversations. Now, Associated Newspapers denies all the allegations against them, and a spokesperson for them tell me that the claims are preposterous and without foundation. It could be quite uncomfortable for the Mail during this 9-week trial, though, because they have consistently denied all allegations of wrongdoing, including during sworn testimony during the Leveson inquiry way back in 2011. But for Prince Harry, he's not doing this alone. He's one of 7 co-claimants, including Sir Elton John, his husband David Furnish, the actresses Liz Hurley and Sadie Frost. We have Baroness Doreen Lawrence, the mother of murdered teenager Stephen Lawrence, and the former Liberal Democrat minister Sir Simon Hughes. You may be wondering why 7 of them are going against the Daily Mail. Well, it's incredibly expensive to do this kind of suing, of this kind of litigation. The total legal fees for both sides is expected to be around £40 million. Prince Harry sees it as kind of his mission to hold to account the British tabloids and sue on behalf of victims who perhaps can't afford this kind of lawsuit. But as I said, Associated is fighting this claim. They're denying all the allegations. And there is a huge question mark for the co-defendants about the reliability of their witnesses and whether they brought their claims too late. But all of this is going to be tested during a 9-week trial here at the High Court. Prince Harry will be here and will be giving evidence at some point this week.
OK, Cameron, thank you very much for that. We'll be following you, reporting throughout the day there as Prince Harry arrives at the Royal Courts of Justice.
Now, 14 minutes past 9, just time to tell you about the latest Great British Giveaway. It truly is great. £85,000 up for grabs. All tax-free as well, so you don't want to miss it. Here are all of the details that you need.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck with that, £85,000, a lot of money. So still to come here on GB News, the Prime Minister will make a speech about the Greenland crisis very shortly. We'll be live in Downing Street for those remarks and, of course, questions from the press afterwards.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Now, we're keeping one eye on Downing Street, where we are waiting to hear from Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, who is addressing the nation over the crisis in Greenland. But for now, let's speak to our Chief Political Correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, you've got some breaking news for us.
Well, yes, and this is a tweet that came out a couple of hours ago, and I must admit, when I saw it, I initially thought that it couldn't be for real, but it seems that it is. So President Donald Trump has written to the Norwegian Prime Minister, and he has said, fundamentally, because you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, I now think I'm going to take Greenland. So he said, Dear Ambassador, here we are. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, though it will always be predominant, but now can think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Goes on to then talk about Denmark. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China, and why do they have a, quote, right of ownership anyway? There are no written documents.
All right, Catherine, we're going to go live now to Westminster, where the Prime Minister is
Events are moving fast, and in moments like this, what matters most is being clear about the values and the interests that guide us, even as circumstances change. The United Kingdom has a long history. Our values were not improvised. They were built patiently over time. And while we are pragmatic in how we pursue our interests, we are resolute in defending those values when it matters. So let me begin with the United States. The UK and the US are close allies and close partners. That relationship matters profoundly, not just to our security, but to the prosperity and the stability that people here depend upon. Under President Trump, as under previous presidents, we're determined to keep that relationship strong, constructive, and focused on results. And that approach is delivering. Through sustained engagement, we've seen significant US investment into the UK economy, running into hundreds of billions of pounds, supporting growth, skills and jobs right across the country. Our cooperation on defence, nuclear capability and intelligence remains as close and effective as anywhere in the world, keeping Britain safe in an increasingly dangerous environment. We've secured good trading terms in key sectors, including cars, steel, aerospace and life sciences, protecting British jobs and manufacturers. That is why we take the approach that we do, because it delivers concrete outcomes in the national interest. I talk regularly to President Trump, and my team is in daily contact with all the key figures in his administration. These relationships matter. They deliver concrete outcomes in the national interest. Mature alliances are not about pretending differences don't exist. They are about addressing them directly, respectfully, and with a focus on results. On Greenland, the right way to approach an issue of this seriousness is through calm discussion between allies. And let's be clear, the security of Greenland matters. And it will matter more as climate change reshapes the Arctic, as sea routes open and strategic competition intensifies. The High North will require greater attention, greater investment, and stronger collective defence. The United States will be central to that effort, and the UK stands ready to contribute fully alongside our allies through NATO. But there is a principle here that cannot be set aside, because it goes to the heart of how stable and trusted international cooperation works. And so any decision about the future status of Greenland belongs to the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. That right is fundamental, and we support it. Denmark is a close ally of the United Kingdom and of the United States, a proud NATO member that has stood shoulder to shoulder with us, including at real human cost in recent decades. Alliances endure because they're built on respect and partnership, not pressure. That is why I said the use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong. It is not the right way to resolve differences within an alliance. Nor is it helpful to frame efforts to strengthen Greenland's security as a justification for economic pressure. Such measures hurt British workers, British businesses, and the British economy. And that is why I've been so clear on this issue. A trade war is in no one's interest, and my job is always to act in the UK's national interest. That is why yesterday I spoke to President Trump, to European leaders, and to the Secretary-General of NATO to find a solution rooted in partnership, facts, and mutual respect, because that is how strong alliances protect shared interests. The same is true on other issues. In the Middle East, we welcome President Trump's focus on sustaining the ceasefire in Gaza and moving on to phase 2. We are open to participating constructively in such efforts. On Ukraine, I can be brief. We strongly support efforts to bring the killing to an end and secure a ceasefire as soon as possible. We recognise President Trump's role in pushing that process forward. And we will work closely with the United States, Ukraine, and our other allies to apply pressure where it belongs on Putin. Finally, let me say why all this matters so directly to people here at home. In today's world, geopolitics is not something that happens somewhere else. It shapes the cost of energy, the price of food, the security of jobs, and the stability that families rely on to plan their lives. When war drives up fuel prices, it's households who feel it first. When supply chains fracture, it's small businesses and working people who absorb the shock. And when instability grows, it's rarely those with the most power who pay the price. That is why this government's approach is rooted in a simple belief that we must use every tool of government, domestic and international, to fight for the interests of ordinary people. At home, that means active government. It means taking responsibility for economic stability so that inflation is controlled, interest rates come down, and family budgets are protected. It means stepping in where markets fail, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that global shocks do not always land on the same people in the same places, the people least able to withstand them. That's why we've taken action to reduce energy bills, to freeze rail fares and prescription charges. But tackling the cost of living today also means engagement beyond our borders. It requires shaping the world around us, not retreating from it. It requires strong alliances, steady diplomacy, and rules that reduce uncertainty rather than amplify it. That is why our commitment to international law and to alliances founded on trust is not abstract or ideological. It's practical. It's about stability, predictability, and fairness. The conditions that keep prices down, jobs secure, and economies resilient. That is what active government looks like in an age of uncertainty. Steady at home, engaged abroad, and always focused on protecting the people that we serve. Britain is a pragmatic country. We look for agreement. We believe in partnership. We prefer solutions to slogans. And we will not indulge in commentary and gesture politics that harm the British people. But being pragmatic does not mean being passive. And partnership does not mean abandoning principle. That is why it's important to be clear about who we stand with, what we stand for, and where our interests lie. Now, this is a moment for the whole country to pull together. So I warmly welcome the support we've had with regards to Greenland and the proposed tariffs from the leader of the opposition. I thank her for her support. At moments like this, there will always be people who reach for the performative, who think an angry social media post or grandstanding is a substitute for hard work. That's an understandable instinct, but it's not effective. It never has been. It may make politicians feel good, but it does nothing for working people whose jobs, livelihoods and security rely on the relationships that we build across the world. So to conclude, we will work with our allies in Europe, across NATO and with the United States. We will keep dialogue open. We will defend international law. And we will use the full strength of government at home and abroad to protect the security, living standards and future of the British people. That is the approach I will take as Prime Minister. And that is the responsibility that this moment demands. Thank you. I'm now going to take some questions, and I've got a fairly extensive list, you'll be pleased to know. I'm going to start, with Chris Mason from BBC News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC News. This is clearly incredibly difficult. What more in specific terms can you tell us about what you plan to do now? It appears that you're ruling out retaliatory tariffs in the UK. Can you confirm that? And would you consider going to see President Trump face-to-face this week? Thank you.
Well, what I'm going to do now is to focus on our national interest and be absolutely clear that that requires us to be clear about the principles that we apply to a situation like this, in particular that the future of Greenland is for Greenland and the Denmark Kingdom, and that tariffs should not be used against allies in this way. In relation to the escalation, look, a tariff war is in nobody's interests. And we have not got to that stage, and my focus, therefore, is making sure we don't get to that stage, and that's what I'm doing at the moment. Thank you, Chris. Beth, can I come to you?
Thank you. Prime Minister, many people watching this at home will have been shocked and angry over the weekend that our so-called closest ally is threatening us if we try to stop him illegally annexing Greenland. Is this the most serious crisis in the transatlantic relationship in decades? And how can the US remain our closest ally when it's bullying us like this? And just on tariffs, you say they are completely wrong and it will hurt the British economy. But if Trump does go ahead, to be clear, are you telling the British people that we will have to take that economic pain, and are you planning retaliatory tariffs if that happens? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Beth. And firstly, to underscore your point, this has been very badly received across the United Kingdom. We're allies of the United States, and we work closely with them, and therefore I'm not surprised by the reaction that's been across the United Kingdom, and it is a very serious situation. Our job is to ensure that we find a way forward consistent with our principles and our values and consistent with our national interest. And the US remains a close ally on defence, on security and on intelligence, on nuclear capability. We work very closely with the United States, and we must never lose sight of our national interest in that, but we must stand up for our values. We must be clear about the principles that we are applying here, and we'll continue to do so. On the question of tariffs, a tariff war isn't in anybody's interests, and therefore what I want to do is to avoid a tariff war, because it will be businesses, workers and families across the country that will be hit by a trade war, and therefore I will do as I've set out, which is to engage with our European allies, with President Trump. And Chris, in response to the second part of your question, I spoke to President Trump yesterday, as I think you all know, and I'll no doubt speak to him again in coming days. Continually, our offices talk all the time, but we must find a pragmatic, sensible, sustained way through this that avoids some of the consequences that will be very serious for our country. Thank you very much, Beth. Robert Peston.
Robert Peston, ITV. Prime Minister, your entire approach is predicated on the idea that Donald Trump is amenable to reason and respects the rule of law, but it's patently clear that neither of those assumptions are true. So when will you consider some kind of economic retaliation through tariffs? And will you talk to the monarch, to the king, about not going to America to celebrate 250 years since independence?
Well, Robert, this is a serious situation, and as I've said, threatening tariffs on allies is the wrong thing to do, completely wrong. And a trade war is not in our interests, and therefore my first task is to ensure we don't get to that place, which is what I'm focused on at the moment and will continue to focus on. In relation to wider issues, I don't want to lose sight of the central goal here, which is to avoid the seriousness that a trade war would bring. In relation to your broader point, we do have to remember at all times that it is in our national interest that we continue to work with the Americans when it comes to defence, to security and to intelligence. Our nuclear deterrent is our foremost weapon and deterrent when it comes to securing the safety of everybody in the United Kingdom. It's my primary duty. And that requires us to have a good relationship with the United States. But it doesn't mean, as I said a moment ago, that we pretend we don't have differences. We do have differences. And I've set out some of those differences here this morning in relation to Greenland. Differences of opinion in terms of who should decide the future of Greenland. I'm very clear in my position in that. And differences of opinion on the use of tariffs in a situation like this. And again, I've been very clear saying they're completely wrong. So we apply our values. and we seek a solution that's in our national interest. Thank you, Robert. Chris Hope.
Chris Hope, GB News, Prime Minister. Donald Trump says he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace. Is now the moment you must choose between the US and the EU? Is this a fracturing in your special relationship?
Firstly, I don't think it's right for us to choose between the US and Europe. And that's not a new position today. That's the position I've consistently held, as have previous governments, because we are allies with our European partners and allies with the US. And the strength in being able to keep both those alliances has served us well over the last 80 years. So this is not a moment to sort of choose one between the other. I have argued, and this is not an argument for the first time today, and I've spoken to European allies and leaders about the need for Europe to step up and do more in its own defence and security. I feel that over many years we've not paid enough attention to what we European nations can and should do in our own defence, and this reinforces why it's important that we do that in defence and security. And defence and security these days, of course, includes energy and resilience and cyber, as well as the traditional defence and security. Europe has to step up into that space, and that's an argument I've been leading on and making for a number of months now with our European partners, and will continue to do so. Thank you, Chris. I've got Gary Gibbon from Channel 4. Gary.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You say that Donald Trump remains an ally, but a lot of people would look at his behaviours and say he's not remotely behaving like an ally. Is there anything he could do that would make you think he was no longer an ally? Or is it just unthinkable? Are we totally locked in? And just one other, if I may, some puzzlement that those forces, quite limited military personnel that went to Greenland, that he interpreted that as a hostile act. Do you have any sense that he might have been misinformed about that entire expedition?
Well, taking the second bit first, if I may, that is one of the things I discussed with President Trump yesterday in relation to those forces which were clearly there to assess and work on risk from the Russians. And so there's real clarity, I hope, about that. In relation to the relationship, we must never lose sight of the fact that on defence, security, intelligence and nuclear capability, we work very closely with our US allies, and it's in our national interest to continue to do so. That doesn't mean pretending we don't have differences, and I don't think anybody could suggest I'm pretending we don't have differences. I'm spelling out what those differences are, what our principles and values are, and how we approach them. But we do continue to work with the Americans. The situation in the Middle East is fragile. There is a ceasefire. We need to move to phase 2. We mustn't lose sight of that. In Ukraine, we've been striving for a just and lasting peace for a long time now. We're 4 years into that conflict. It is in our interest to work with others to bring about that just and lasting peace. The last thing we should do is to simply throw all that away and pretend that it doesn't matter anymore. It does matter. But we don't do that by pretending we haven't got differences. We do have differences, and I'm spelling them out here this morning. Thank you very much, Gary. I've got Kitty Donaldson from iNews.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The US Supreme Court is due to rule next week on whether the tariffs are legal for the President to use. Do you think it's worth just biding your time until next week? And secondly, I don't think you answered Robert's question, which was, do you think the King should go to the United States this year? I'm not going to comment on the Supreme Court ruling. I think it's due out reasonably soon. But I don't think it would be sensible to simply wait for the court. It's really important that we act now in response to the threat of tariffs, and that's why I spoke to President Trump yesterday and to numerous allies across Europe, many leaders during the course of yesterday afternoon, Secretary General of NATO, and will continue to do so today, because it's in all our interests to act swiftly in relation to this matter. Look, in relation to the King and other issues, as I said in my speech, I'm focused on the pragmatic response here, not the
suggestion of others, and my focus is on what's in the national interest for our country, what is going to best protect workers, families, businesses, and I believe that's the approach that I've set out. Thank you, Kitty. I've got Craig Munro from the Metro.
Craig Munro from Metro. You spoke about the cost of living in your speech there. How can you be sure, how can you reassure people that the cost of living will improve in the UK when our economic picture is so reliant on an unreliable ally in an unstable global world?
By taking the approach that I've set out today. Some people appear to make the argument that what happens internationally is irrelevant to the cost of living issues that are faced across this country. I'm well aware that for all the volatility in the world, and we've seen plenty of that in the first few weeks of this year, the issue that is of central concern to families and communities across...
So that's the Prime Minister making an emergency speech at press conference in response to the imposition of tariffs. Catherine Forster, he hasn't said a lot, but he's standing... He says he's obviously going to resist, but what we don't know is if he's going to go down the same route that's been floated by Emmanuel Macron of France, for instance. They call it the EU's big bazooka, hit back with trade sanctions.
Yes, that's what the EU are threatening, and Emmanuel Macron, the keenest to use that 93 billion euros of sanctions potentially. That was something designed originally to counter a threat from, say, China, not America. I think watching that press conference, I heard a lot of words. I'm not sure that we're very much clearer.
No.
The Prime Minister's overarching message seems to be keep calm and carry on. He says that they need calm discussion between allies. A trade war is in no one's interests. Yes, of course. But what he hasn't done at all is say what he might consider if that doesn't
He wouldn't
work.
even respond to the legitimate question, should the King and Queen go to America later this year to mark the 250th anniversary of the creation of the United States. The Queen was there in 1976, famously dancing with Gerald Ford. He wouldn't even answer that question.
No, I think he's treading on the most delicate of eggshells. I mean, we know in Davos, the meeting of the World Economic Forum, we know that Donald Trump is going. Number 10 are still not saying whether the Prime Minister will be going or not. You would think, I know he gets criticised for never here, Keir, being always away, but you would think if ever there was a time that it was a good idea to go somewhere and get a bit of face-to-face with Donald Trump and other European leaders, the time would be now. He's, of course, very protective of this special relationship that he's put a lot of work into, but at the moment, it's all very well. It doesn't feel very special. It's all very well. Donald Trump is existing in a parallel universe, it seems, where he's just saying we're going to have Greenland. And this morning, it seems that he's written to the Prime Minister of Norway and basically saying, well, you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize and I stopped 8 wars, and so now I don't feel compelled to think about peace. Who says that Denmark should have Greenland anyway, because they sent some boats there a few hundred years ago. So I feel like there's one world in which we're keeping calm and carrying on, and there's another very different world in Donald Trump just saying, sell us Greenland, or we're going to take it anyway. We can do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way, but it will be done.
Catherine, it was never going to be easy for Keir Starmer's government to forge a relationship with Donald Trump. There are obviously huge political differences between the Republican Party in the US, the Labour Party here. Added to that, Trump is a particularly controversial leader, particularly hated by the European left. But in some ways, Starmer has done a good job of remaining close to the president, inviting him here for a historic second state visit. I assume he thought that all that work or all that flattery of Donald Trump would give us a special relationship, would give us a special deal when it came to tariffs. Do you think that's all being blown out of the water now? Do you think he's realising that you cannot butter up Donald Trump?
Well, they would say that we did get a better deal from than the EU. We got 10% tariffs rather than 15%, but all that sort of goes out the window if Trump does act on this threat. I think the hope is taco. Trump always chickens out that what he says and what he actually does may be two different things. Remember the huge escalation that we heard with China, the tariffs that there were going to be, and they did row back from that. But I think we have to take this very, very seriously because Donald Trump has clearly decided that he wants Greenland. He went into Venezuela, he took the leader out. He regards Greenland as fair game. And let's face it, if they did decide to go in militarily, yes, it's a NATO ally.
It's very difficult to understand is that they have agreement with Denmark already. They can position whatever military assets that they want to on the island. They already have plenty there. The Danes have already said they could expand those assets. They would be open to a discussion about extracting the minerals. There's nothing that the US can't achieve through negotiations and finance that they would need to occupy Greenland for. Could it just be that Trump has got into his head that he wants it and he doesn't want anyone to stand in his way, and there's nothing more to it than that?
Well, it could very well be about territory. He wants it. It could be empire building. He wants to expand America. That would be historic. Of course, they bought Alaska from the Russians. As you say, there is already a post-war agreement with Denmark. America can put as many troops as it wants on Greenland. It used to have about 17 bases. Now it's only got 1. They could already do that. And also, as James Cartledge, the Shadow Defence Secretary, said this morning, this is what NATO is for. NATO is for our collective defence. Donald Trump surely doesn't need to own Greenland to protect it. Also, minerals deals. Greenland is open to that. Greenland gets more and more valuable as the world gets hotter, of course, but when you take those arguments away, what are you left with? That he wants it because he wants the territory.
And he seems to be suggesting that only he could protect Greenland from Russia. There's no indication that Russia's even remotely interested in occupying Greenland.
No, and what I would say too, because I've been on visits with the Prime Minister to Norway and Estonia, the Joint Expeditionary Force, the Nordic countries, Baltic countries and the UK are doing a lot of work, a lot of exercises already. And if Donald Trump is worried about Russia taking Greenland, well, we've got a war in Ukraine that's been going on for years, and many would say that Donald Trump could potentially apply a bit more pressure on Putin there. So it's very, very odd.
Catherine, thank you. And we are now joined by Emily Jaeger, who's the political editor at a Danish newspaper, BT. Emily, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on GB News. Denmark is in the spotlight at the moment. How is the Trump strategy going down amongst your fellow Danes?
Poorly, I must say. On Saturday, when he announced that he threatened with the tariffs regarding Greenland, it was actually on the same day that there had been demonstrations in Denmark, in 4 of the largest cities here in Denmark, against the United States and against Donald Trump. So, of course, people here we weren't really a country that liked Trump that much to begin with, and this certainly hasn't improved that, I must say. Our foreign minister, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, he said yesterday that the announcements from Trump came as a surprise and was very disruptive, but that Denmark nonetheless would continue in this diplomatic process with the high-level working group regarding Greenland that they decided on Wednesday when we visited J.D. Vance.
The president is going to Davos, which is where all sorts of interesting people go, politicians, businessmen and women. Is the Prime Minister of Denmark going to be there, which would give your Prime Minister an opportunity to lobby the president directly?
No, that's not on the table yet. We haven't heard anything about that. What we have heard is that she talked to your Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, yesterday, and our Defense Minister is talking to Mark Rutte from NATO today in Brussels. So there's been all kinds of diplomatic relations being started, but no, we haven't heard that Mette Frederiksen is supposed to be meeting with Trump on Wednesday in Davos. But as you say, it would be an opportunity for her her viewpoint, because also I just have to say regarding the defense agreement that you guys talked about a little bit before, the 1951 agreement, it is true the United States has all the opportunity in the world to have as many soldiers as they was possibly like in Greenland. But the question is, if I can just add that, is that an independent Greenland, and that is the course that Greenlanders have been talking about for years, is that they want to be independent, is whether or not the Greenlandic people would honor and the politicians would honor that agreement. That I think I talked to a previous advisor to Donald Trump a couple of days ago, and he said that's what we really need to bear in mind, is would the Greenlandic politicians actually want to honor that agreement. I just think in all fairness, we need to have that element in the debate as well, because I called up a lot of the Greenlandic politicians, and they wouldn't give me a clear answer to whether or not they would actually honor that agreement from 1951. I think that could be essential.
I'm sure that's significant, but Ellie, I suspect with the President of the United States, he might not care whether the Greenlandic politicians respect the 1951 treaty. If he wants to flood Greenland with thousands of more American troops, I suspect he will.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of where we are now, right? Because Denmark can be as hard as we want to be in our rhetoric. We can say all these kind of things. We can have statements and such. But the reality is that we really can't do anything. If Trump decides that he wants Greenland, then he wants Greenland. We can't put up with anything like that.
Although what is interesting, Emily, is that the US public do not support, by and large, Trump's mission to gain Greenland. Just 17% approve of his desire to take Greenland, and only 4% would support using military force. So although it would be a challenge for the Europeans, and we've become painfully aware recently how weak Europe is militarily, if Europe was to put up some sort of resistance, even if it only economically through tariffs, it is possible that the US domestic voters would rapidly withdraw their support from Trump. Do you think that would make any difference?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I guess that it could give him some trouble in the United States, but no, not really. Also because we need to remember that Trump spoke about the threats on making tariffs after Denmark and other NATO members announced that they want to put more soldiers up in Greenland, because they wanted to signal that they take security of the Arctic very seriously, right? But that was not how Trump interpreted it. So Denmark is really stuck in a very complex and very difficult situation, right? Because we wanted to show, yes, we understand that the Arctic and Greenland is very geopolitical of importance to the United States, so we're going to put more troops there. And he just took that as an escalation, right? So now we're just caught between a Trump and a hot place.
I'm curious, Emily, too. Trump says he wants to buy Greenland. Does anyone know what the price tag would be on Greenland? How much would Greenland sell itself for? Or how much would Denmark sell it for? I mean, who would get the money if Trump was to buy Greenland?
Well, first and foremost, there's been no one in the Danish government or the Greenlandic government that want to speculate on that number at all. They all just keep repeating that Greenland is not for sale. And we have the Prime Minister of Greenland saying that if he had to choose between the United States and Denmark, he would choose Denmark anytime. So yeah, I think there's been some calculations on that, or there has been some calculations on that in other medias, but it's not anything. It's not a debate that they want to get into at all from an official level in Denmark or Greenland.
Emily, one of the problems with this debate is that it's taking place so publicly, which is, of course, causing instability. It could cause stock market changes, all sorts of other implications around the world. Do you know if Trump or his team approached the Danish government privately before starting all this public bluster, or is this just part of Trump's strategy to frighten people, I suppose, into complying?
I can't tell for sure, because whenever I ask our Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, when have you last spoken to Donald Trump, she will give me some kind of vague answer. For instance, I don't usually go into what kind of dialogue I have directly with my colleagues around the world. So we don't really know other than that we can sense that there is not all that much direct communication going on between our Mette Frederiksen and Donald Trump. We had that meeting on Wednesday between our foreign minister and J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio in Washington, D.C. But we also know that even though that was a somewhat productive meeting, they can't even agree on what that high-level working group that they agreed on should be at place to discuss the future of Greenland. They can't even really agree on what they agreed on there, because Caroline Leavitt, the Trump's spokesperson, said that the working group was supposed to work out the technical details on how the United States would take over Greenland. But that's not how the Danes view it at all. So even when it's in a more diplomatic lane, there's not that much clarity, even though.
And do you know, I know you're quite a long way from Greenland, how nervous are the Greenland people about all this?
Nervous, very nervous. So it's about 55,000 people that are living in Greenland, and whenever we talk to anyone up there, they say this is a very unsure, unstable time for us. We don't feel all that safe. We feel like we are being talked over our heads and not talked to us, and yeah, they just keep repeating that we are not for sale. We don't want to be a part of the United States. Every poll that has shown that there's not a big group of Greenlanders that want to go down that road. They want to decide for themselves, right? And the question is whether they even can or will be allowed to, in a climate where, of course, there are Chinese interests and, of course, there are Russian interests. We had an episode about 10 years or so where China invested a lot, or we're trying to invest a lot of money in some airports in Greenland, and the United States had to go in and put a stop to it. So the question is, if Greenlandic people keep insisting, and one can understand that they want to be independent, they want to rule in their own house, of course, is that even an option, or do they need to have some kind of free associations deal with the United States, because Denmark would not be able to defend Greenland on their own against Russian and Chinese interests, right?
Emily Jaeger, thank you so much for your time this morning. That's Emily Jaeger, who's in Denmark, political editor at the Danish newspaper BT.
What a story. If you're in Denmark, amazing, isn't it? It must be wall to wall. Catherine Forster, what do you make of that?
Yes, I mean, you can't really imagine, can you, if you were living in Greenland. I mean, we've seen people that are there saying that they can't sleep at night, that they're having nightmares. And also in Denmark, we've seen the big protests in Copenhagen and in Nuuk, because they feel, look, this is our country. We get to decide what we do. And it's quite terrifying, I think, for them.
Yeah. And apparently there's some suggestions he could buy it for £75 million.
So for how much?
75 million.
I heard the other day something like 800 billion.
Yeah, just goes to show.
But look, does everything have a price? Because really, sovereignty should be sacrosanct. And of course, he might want Greenland. And I think a worry too is that he hasn't taken the threat of physically taking it off the table. So will the pressure build up and up and up and up until the point that... And also, even if Denmark wanted to sell Greenland, it's not, which they clearly don't, it's not clear that they could, because Greenland is semi-autonomous. It has its own government.
It does.
And it manages a lot of its own affairs already, so none of this is clear.
No.
Catherine Forster, thank you very much. We'll be back with you soon, but it is 10 o'clock on Monday, the 19th of January. We're live across the United Kingdom. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Miriam Cates.
So Starmer says he's standing up to Trump. Well, sort of.
Under President Trump, as under previous presidents, we're determined to keep that relationship strong, constructive, and focused on results.
Well, the Prime Minister warns that while the UK-US relationship is of vital importance, imposing trade tariffs would be dangerous for Britain.
A trade war is in no one's interest, and my job is always to act in the UK's national interest.
I don't want to fight Nigel Farage. We should be working with him.
So what I want is Conservatives, whether they're in Reform or whether they're in our party, to try to work together so we get rid of Labour.
I think that conversation was with me at the Tory conference. That is the Tory MP that was the former Shadow Prime Minister Andrew Rossendale speaking 3 months ago. He is the second Tory MP in this Parliament to defect to Reform UK. They now have 7 MPs.
Elsewhere, at least 39 people have been confirmed to have died after 2 trains have collided at high speed in Spain. We will have the latest.
You have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
World leaders are gathering in Davos this week for the World Economic Forum. Donald Trump will be there, Mark Carney from Canada, and Nigel Farage, who used to mock the gathering. The theme this year is a spirit of dialogue.
We'll get the engagement officers, the officers you see around, just to go make that engagement with them to say, hello, you've been flagged up on facial recognition, and go from there.
Are we living in Big Brother Britain? Police have arrested more than 100 wanted criminals using facial recognition cameras. We'll show you how the technology actually works.
You do this.
And Prince Harry arrives at High Court this morning for the start of his privacy trial against the publishers of the Daily Mail. Sir Elton John, Elizabeth Hurley and Baroness Doreen Lawrence are all suing them too.